Alright, hello everyone. So there was a bit of a hiccup there because I forgot to share my screen to Sin. But welcome back everyone. And this is sort of like the last time, like, you have been sitting with me and Sin and Yashi, but mainly me, for like over a month. And now this tournament will be coming to an end, as today would be the finals. So yes, today I can finally live stream on time. So oops, they're showing everyone the screen. So let's swap over to there. So this is just a quick a quick reminder of how everything went by from the Swiss stage. Like the 8 teams advances with the 8 teams being eliminated. And later on, like, it's just amazing to see all like the journeys every team have been through in order to make it here today. But we are going to be having the final battle here, as Team HLT and WG would be fighting for 3rd place, while Team Write Your Story and Team Sky would be fighting for the grand finals today in the best of 5 series, Sin.
Yeah, now this is gonna be an absolutely really long. This is gonna be a really long match, but here we are. This is actually the long-awaited. This is the long-awaited matches we've been waiting for. We're finally gonna see the the peak of the suspense here. We're gonna see the best of the best teams in this tournament face up against each other in a really long and drawn out match. So let's see if their stamina can keep, if their skills can keep up with their stamina here.
Oh yeah, so here's just a prize pool of the 1,000 with the winners and all. And this is just a reminder of the band pick rules. Oh, never mind, still the prize pool. First place gets 600 euros, second place 250, third place 150. So even the 3rd place match today, there's still something to fight for, because you're fighting for, ideally, like, surprise, surprise, more prize money. So that's why even the 3rd place match today, like, even they cannot win already, they're still fighting for more money, and yeah, just to get the title. And we're moving on the band pick rules here, Sin, which is, like, from what we note, it's sort of different with how like it works in the current ongoing IVL.
Yeah, it's a little bit different from the bands that we're seeing in the typical IVL, but still we have seen it, and it's been decently balanced band picks, just for the sake of like being less intense on the survivors, even though it is a somewhat survivor-sided meta here, like now.
Yeah, so I mean, with these bands here, it's like fewer bands comparing to IVLs, which means that there will be a higher possibility for stronger survivor characters to appear here. But hold on, I just want to have a quick check if we're unmuted. Yes, we are. So
Yeah.
anyways, moving on. So I end up missing HLT thanks to that. For Wolfgang, we have Darius, Baby Lee, Glug, Soding McComb, and Kanhi. And for HLT, you all seen it just now, it was the team of Gotcha and Glucose. And these two teams here lost to Sky and Write Your Story respectively, so they're fighting for 3rd place today. But yeah, like, I mean, these two teams definitely fought their way as they made their way through the top 8 first of all, and second of all, they also like was 3-1 in terms of they got a 3-1 score, so that means that they're definitely worth their place because they got 3-1 in Swiss stage, meaning that they're definitely powerful enough.
Yeah, definitely. After going through so many different stages of the match, sure, they've already proven their strength here. Now they're just trying to prove whether or not what their placement will be on the podium here.
Yep, so we're moving in straight away, so you're gonna be thrown away right off the bat, which standard stuff. And Frost One, as I recall, he plays the Goatman, so that means that for Team WG here, we probably can see some more tankier survivors. Like maybe Puppeteer, Gravekeeper, or a Magician who is very strong in this meta. There's just so many possibilities here, but we are seeing the Knight being selected, and they'll probably pair it up with a Magician or Puppeteer, one of the Kiter, but opts for the Antiquarian instead though.
Instead of going for a puppeteer, they go for the antiquarian, which I guess makes a little bit of sense if they're trying to counter a different hunter, but against Goatman, Puppeteer really would be a little bit better, especially since if he's trying to harass as an antiquarian, the disarm time is reduced pretty heavily considering how Goatman can localize the area.
Yeah. Oh, and go for the novelist next. So first of all, like novelist is good against Goatman, but the issue I can see is that like there's an excitement Goatman. Like I actually seen that happen like just earlier in IVL a few hours ago. Is
Mm-hmm.
that someone selected the novelist, which in theory is strong against a Goatman, but then the Goatman just selected an excitement Goatman and like got rid of the novelist very very fast. Hold on. Hey, can you talk for a bit?
Mm.
All right. Hello, everyone. So there was a bit of a hiccup there because I forgot to share my. Sin, can you talk for a bit? I need to deal with something here real quick.
All right, hello. Yeah, all right, okay. So now we're seeing the last pick is a mechanic after they've banned magician, and their personas are honestly assuming they've named their personas actually what they're gonna use. Or seeing a mechanic with a 912, she won't have her borrowed time, but still for a mechanic that's pretty standard. Although seeing that kind of build on a novelist as well might depend on how they choose to use him because novelist is pretty strong against a majority of hunters. He's able to counter the common tactic of trying to get a hit from a distance and then possibly getting a double hit if they have a chip or any quick movement ability. Uh, but it should work out fine if they play it correctly. It just depends heavily on other support, external support, how the actual rescue itself goes. But we're seeing again expected hunter pick here for the first round. It's a goat man.
I'm back.
All right, hello.
Yep. Yeah, I'm back. All right. So yeah, yeah. I don't know what you just mentioned, but I think you probably talked about the persona for a bit. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like oh. But yeah, so as I wanted to talk about just now, I feel like excitement Ghostman would be very strong here because the novelist would be very fragile and also negates the antiquarian's disarm that she tries over there. So yeah, like I can see this like even though they selected the mechanic, uh, to like increase their decoding speed, but if the Goatman moves even faster by bringing the novelist down, this might be a problem here. So that's why we see novelist spawn at the 2-story, one of the strongest killing areas in the map, as he knows he might be in danger. So but here it seems the antiquarian might be taking the first kite instead, and I'm actually liking the fact that there's no borrowed time in this team comp once again.
Yeah, this team isn't really fun in today's meta. Borrow time isn't as necessary as it used to be. If we remember, it was essentially like a rule of IDV to carry borrowed time. Otherwise, you're essentially throwing the match. But nowadays, we're seeing more flexible personas.
Yeah, so I mean, flywheel effect is good against Goldman. That's why it gets selected a lot here. So yeah, yeah. I apologize. I literally got interrupted like 3 times in 10 minutes. Ah well. So anyway, so back to what I'm trying to do. Now, yeah, like flywheel effect is good against Goldman here, and so yeah, like I'm really curious on what traits did Frost One select, because if he selects excitement, I can see that this team might have a bit issue here because that would like put the novelist and the antiquarian's item in void here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, in? Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So we're gonna be getting into the match here, and we're considering the spawn points. Goatman probably won't see much benefit from trying to chase middle. Instead, I don't remember who spawned, but he'll probably he'll either completely abandon the first two he's closest to go after mechanic, or he'll just go for the one closest to him to save time on actually decoding and prevent them from decoding four or five ciphers simultaneously, because there is still the bot to account for. And we're seeing that is Darius Silva that are chasing, so
Mm-hmm.
gonna be the Antiquarian first. Yeah, as I suspected, he's not gonna go for the mechanic because of this unfortunate spawn point. But
Oh!
this is a good. Oh, miss. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a missed swipe over there, and the thing is that Darius is still in very big danger because Goldman does indeed have excitement as excitement rams through this team comp. So here, after dropping that pallet, then what this Darius can do be very limited because look, all it takes is for a swipe, excitement down, he goes within 50 seconds into the game and the Antiquarian is already down. So yes, even the mechanic can use her mechanic bots to help her decode and increase the decoding speed. This is just way too fast to begin with, so now let's see the Knight, but the Knight ended up getting hit during tactical foresight though, so this would be like not good as he's forced to go in very early here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay, now we're seeing the
yeah,
yeah. Go ahead.
you go ahead.
Okay, yeah, now we're seeing the Goatman back on the chase with the Antiquarian, but because excitement is offline, Antiquarian will actually have a decent time trying to rebound here. But the issue will be if the Knight is far enough out of range so that the disarm won't be affected by his presence. So she should be able to last at least a few more seconds here.
Yeah, like honestly, I think that Frost one was a bit too hasty when he just walked directly and did not attempt to even mind game out the swings, which is allowing the Antiquarian to delay a lot of time over here as currently he's not even breaking the pallet, which he could have broken the pallets to like limit the Antiquarian's choice because yeah, like now he ended up getting hit out of the open, and this rebound allows the survivors to decode a lot. So here, Frost One has to like get the down here fast though, but tries to appear at the other side of the pallet, did not work. But Antiquarian, let's see, not being able to vault through the pallet. So fortunately for Frost One, the Antiquarian did go down because if Antiquarian did not go down at that point, it would have been a bigger disaster. But the Antiquarian definitely bought back a lot of time here, Sin.
Yeah, definitely that rebound could actually but a lot of cipher progress if we're seeing during all of that two ciphers popped and the other three are all like a majority of the other three have reached 50%, so now they're only missing about 150 decoding progress.
Yeah, around 1.5 cipher remains. Knight comes into play. Let's see, will they try to body block? Yes, they will, because that's the way you sort of deal with against the Goldman. It's a body block, and the Knight has one more tactical foresight to work with to try and delay more time. As the Endergreen is definitely staying alive, but currently all three remaining ciphers are being decoded, 2 by survivors, 1 by the bot. So if this Knight managed to like do a good job in protecting, it might be possible for them to win because the Novelist has also come into play. We're seeing 3 survivors here all battling at the same time, so this will be a good test on how good is Frost One's target attack, which he did manage to get to what he need amongst 3 different targets, and the survivors would just scatter, knowing that they lost their chance for a 4-man endgame. But that was just some amazing play there, and even the Knight ended up going down over there because the Knight was not careful with his movements. And remember, no one in this team comp has borrowed time, so this might all of a sudden turn into something else here, Sin.
Still, because it's a Goatman and not a normal hunter, it still has the potential for a body block as long as it happens outside of the cage, as long as the Novelist takes one of the 2 hits, either on the rescue or during the body block as an out of cage hit. He will be able to body block until the cipher pops, although he's not. Rather than opting the body block, he's actually gonna try to stall out as much chair time as possible to make sure the ciphers pop, and that works as well, honestly. But I'm concerned about an insta farm off the chair.
Yeah, I guess the Novelist wanted to get the metaphor back, but even then, Knight also had excitement to work with, or rather, the Hunter had excitement to work with. So now all of a sudden, this would what turned out into almost 4-man endgame ended up turning into a 3-man elimination, and all that happened when the Knight gone down with that balloon hit. Because as we recall, like no one in this team had borrowed time, so there was no reason for the Knight to end up getting hit over there. Like they should have all scattered apart instantly rather than like clumping themselves up like that. So yeah, it was a bit of back and forth because the Knight definitely had the massive advantage, or the Hunter had the massive advantage at the start, but then he gave away when he was a bit too hasty and did not attempt to mind game the Antiquarian. But then the Survivor sort of gave it away after the Knight ended up going down, and with no one having borrowed time, this is just far too dangerous.
Yeah, definitely. This is why even to this day, even if it's more flexible to not have borrowed time, it's still important to have borrowed time because of like sometimes you will have to pull endgame scenarios off and that emergency heal is extremely important.
Oh yeah, the emergency heal definitely is like extremely important in endgame because literally like if no one has borrowed time, this might lead to a bit of a disaster. So yeah, HLT ended up with a free man, like a 3 point lead, which is decent for them. But there are definitely like errors on both sides and room of improvement for both sides though. So let's see what will happen as
Mm-hmm.
Wolfgang's Hunter would be up next. But HLT currently in the lead and a free man elimination is definitely very like a very decent result for Team HLT.
Yeah, it's a decent result. It's a decent result for Team HLT. So at least a 3-1. The disadvantage isn't too big. It's only 2 points, and that should be considering we are on a rather long map. We are on a best of five or a rather long match.
Oh,
They will have the
this is
chance.
this is best
No,
of three. This is best of three.
yeah, best. Okay, yeah, oops.
Only the
It's
finals.
still, it's not a best of one, so mm, it's still not a best of one. So it's gonna be less, much less punishing if
Yeah,
they were to lose. If they were to lose, yeah.
nah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's definitely less punishing comparing these because like if you mess up around, you can still sort of like turn it around and all. So I can definitely see what you're talking about. But yeah, moving on, Wolfgang's Hunter would be trying to go for the 4 man elimination here if they can. So we have to HOT Survivor, like they can probably select the Embalmer because Embalmer is very good at taking ties. And in this meta, because like literally the powerful hunters being nerfed, they can definitely like be a bit more like um flexible in a team comp and they no longer have to select a specific field
Mm-hmm.
to target some specific few hunters.
Mm-hmm. Uh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So
yeah.
with that being said, though, here,
Uh,
oh, are things okay at your end?
yeah. Yeah. They're good here.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So
just something.
with that being said, here I'm looking to see on what Wolfgang's Hunter would bring to us, because HLT Survivor like they can select Embalmer, Puppeteer, or even Gardener, Magician, like just all of those stuff, First Officer, just all of those stuff that can like do decently and all. Or like because in this
Mm-hmm.
meta, I think in this meta there's no longer some specific comps you would go for BO1 because literally anything works as long as the team makes sense for Survivor. So let's see. Oh, this time Mac gets rid of, I guess. So they Macomb here does not want to see any Cypher rushing here.
Yeah, we did see how strong the Cypher Rush was in the previous half, wherein like the Cyphers went incredibly fast purely because of one good rebound kite. So I understand the decision, but choosing to go for a perfumer, that I get, if they're trying to counter a goat man, guess it works, but they just have to make sure they don't get baited out of their perfumes.
Yeah, like no, Perfumer is actually very strong against the Goatman just because the fact that like all you need to do drop a cage and then I use my perfume and then hit or no hit is also equally bad for the Goatman. So this Perfumer is discouraging you to play Goatman alongside with the Magician.
Mm-hmm.
And even yeah, this is a very solid team comp if we look about here. Even the archer when she uses her crossbow to shoot backwards, this would discourage the hunter from using backstep because this would just end up increasing the
Yeah.
laceration very fast. So here, if Sode Macomb has a Goatman, this would be a massive issue here, or like a very difficult team comp, I would say.
Yeah, against this definitely isn't an optimal team comp against Goatman because we've seen in the previous match how Magician can be played against the Goatman, and even with First Officer being still relatively weak against Goatman, it's better now that the Goatman has been nerfed ever so slightly.
Yeah. So here, here, like, I'll say the same thing I said yesterday. This might seem surprising, but I see Goat. I don't think Goatman is the best selection here, just because Perfumer, Magician, Archer, they all can one way or another deal with the Goatman, and this is not like a situation just now where you can like negate it with excitement. Like the just now, if you have excitement, you can negate the items the
Yeah.
survivor have, but not over here. So this might be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, here the only character really affected by excitement would be Archer here, but in that case, they can just Cypher Rush while the Archer kites because the Archer, even without her bow, still has flywheel, so which should be a good enough ability to kite for at least one or two ciphers on the first kite.
Yeah, so here this will be a good testament of Sode McComb's skill because like his basic skills to the Goldman because this is not a good team comfort Goldman. So how the Goldman use his cages would be key because I feel like if there's just one missed cage, like one missed
Mhm.
cage that end up being negated, then this would prolong the kite or prolong the first down by a lot over here, Sin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If the Hunter Study McCom can't get a down within like the first two or three cages, that's gonna be extremely difficult for him to recover from because then the ciphers would have a lot of progress and it's gonna be extremely difficult for him to actually like get the it's gonna be difficult for them to get the kills that they need for this half.
Alright, with that, this will be the match between HLT Survivor for Team Wolfgang's Hunter. I'm your caster Invisible Joan, joined by me as Sin, and we'll be like bringing you the match between HLT Survivor versus WG's Hunter BO1 second half. As now Sodi McCom will be launching around and will be heading towards God J's Perfumer, so maybe the Perfumer would take the first kite here because with everyone being so strong against the Goldman doesn't matter, but the Perfumer did actually run in the Hunter's face a bit, so this first chase would occur relatively fast though.
Yeah, although this is exactly what we mean by the perfumer is
Ooh,
still strong against the goatman because amazing use of perfume there to actually evade the hunter and worm around the cages. Uh, we're looking at the trait. The goatman actually has peepers, which I guess makes a little bit of sense here that you would be able to slow down and essentially become a nuisance for the survivors as they use their abilities to kite around.
Oh, here
Mhm.
he's using the double cage technique, like a technique to prevent the survivors from running back the other side of the cage here. And as the Perfume Drozo is able to get the hit, but unfortunately the cage drops right in time. And that's what I'm talking about. Like it's already 1 minute and 15 seconds
Mhm.
into the game, and I can see like the free cyphers are about to be done. Perfume is not even half health, so that's what I was talking about before. Oh, but here I think it's better to hit here to get the hit outside the cage because it would reset the
Mhm.
cage breaking and all though. So because like currently Sodi McCom is just struggling massively to even get any hits on Godj. Like I feel like here HLT Survivor definitely planned very well against Wolfgang's Goldman because this team comp is just very tanky.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though we're seeing that the perfumer is already at 0.75 health and will go down whether or not he's in a cage or not, look at that. Three ciphers are already done, and the last two are already being started. They even seem to have a no. They actually grouped up for the cipher, and that one stray cipher is there, but it's not really being decoded.
I mean, it's fine, but oh, the archer is over here because actually, Sodi
Ooh.
McCom would be cheering near where the archer cipher is, but hold on here, goes for the swing here. Archer able to take the block, and this is like currently just going to good news because it prolong even more. Goes for the archer again, but this time, this is a massive cage with lots of room, and the laceration. You have to account for the laceration here, and if you're gonna wait it out, then the cage would drop. So Archer is also very strong against the Goatman. Currently, Sodi McCom is just struggling to get anyone down remotely, and his time is getting very, very limited here.
Yeah, here is like since he wasn't able to get that chair that he absolutely needed, none of these survivors have been chaired even once because of an amazing balloon rescue from the archer here and switching targets to the archer, although takes a second hit out of cage, so that means the archer will need to take a third hit to actually go down.
Yeah, now he's gonna go back to harassing the Cypher, which we do see that the survivors were both trying to rush it rather than split up and decode, which may not be the best idea. But at this point, with such an advantage they have, all they have to do is to just split up and make sure that Cypher being decoded,
Mm-hmm.
and it would be good. The Cypher is already primed, but seeing that this perfumer has no borrowed time, so the survivors will have to consider how do they want to pull off this rescue. Maybe it would be better to just rescue instantly and then like pop instantly. So with Ty
Mm-hmm.
Turner, the perfumer can stall for more time than that.
Yeah, since they're not going for a body block, I can tell that their plan here is to simply pop as soon as they get the chance to. But
Ooh,
because of this cage setup, oof, amazing flywheel from the perfumer here, able to hit that, able to avoid that that cage here, and takes it down right
TP.
as Tide runs out. But
Hold
still,
on.
look at the yep, hold on, teleport, and
Yeah. Like here this is actually a bit dangerous here with all three survivors in the vicinity, and with that the archer's gonna go down. So let's see, they're gonna try to rush the gate, but can they though? Because this Goman still has cage, but laceration will be coming into play now. Hit 100 laceration, and the hunter having no trade. As soon as this cage drops, then the hunter cannot do much because like these two survivors are in full health and will not go down with one normal detention hit here. But I think they're a bit too aggressive. The survivors definitely should send someone else to the other gate rather than having everyone all clumped here. Because if the magician or the archer goes, magician and archer both go down, this might be a disaster.
although we're seeing that the archer is actually able to self heal here, and the best option for her to do is to simply run towards the other gate and completely leave out the magician, since the perfumer is still alive and they still do have a chance of Team Wolfgang survivors here are still able to get a three-man in return if they are to simply, although
Perfumer? Yeah, hold on. I'm actually was a bit confused at why was the perfumer the one coming in when I guess they wanted to abuse that she's just tied, but still. And now all two survivors at the other side of the gate. This might be a different story because he's able to get terror shot on the archer, and perfumer having no selfie, and now goes to swing on the first officer. So first officer is able to get out, but how Sin? I don't know about you, but this turned from a four-man endgame to three-man elimination. Like, what on earth, Sin?
I'm not sure what happened here. Even if the perfumer does still have Tide, that doesn't make sense why they would send her, because first officer does still have full health, and against a goatman with detention, it should still be possible to pull off a rescue out of cage even if he has detention. Not only that, but he still has the pocket watches for the Tide effect.
Yeah, exactly. And also like, as soon as the perfumer goes down, everyone was at the other side, like clumped up, preparing to rush that gate, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But then they did not scatter, and just try to rush that gate, which brought two people down over there. And also the fact that they sent the perfumer to come in for like a very weird reason when they could have sent the first officer like someone else and to have the perfumer pop the other gate. And even with that considered, the perfumer chose not to pop that gate, the other gate, and rush over here when she got Steffi was also weird to begin with. Like, for HLT Survivor, they made a various weird plays that went from a three-man escape to a tie and then to only a one-man here, Sin.
Yeah, there it is. We're seeing essentially the same downfall that caused the other team that went up against the Goatman with a good comp to fail. Their first kite was amazing, but because of misplays during the end game phase, almost everything went downhill, and it gave those Goatman such an easy opportunity to snowball.
Yeah, definitely. Like as I said, he made some massive mistakes here in endgame. Like the survivors'
Mm-hmm.
decision making were very very off endgame and gave just gave out a lot of unnecessary chances that just blew their good early game apart. And that's what the thing of the end game. Like, a lot of things could have been better. The first of all is that all three of them shouldn't be sticking that close when the perfumer was not being chaired to begin with, like at the gate. Second of all, the moment Goldman dropped the cage, they should have like scattered, have one person rush the other gate and then another at the center. Third of all, when the perfumer got healed, the perfumer should pop that gate. And fourth of all, if they want someone to be here to like prop tinnitus, it should not be the perfumer that's dead on chair or with no self heal.
Yeah, it should have been again in every single situation that they could have wanted. It would have been the first officer that was sent to actually rescue the magician or pink tinnitus, because if they truly wanted to force out the tide of the perfumer, their only option there would have been to double rescue, and that isn't exactly the best for their situation here. I guess they could have sent first officer with her and then Archer to the gate so that first officer takes the hit and then perfumer pops the tide and they force the gate. But still, one of them will not have the tide protection, and that's first officer.
Yeah, like they were doing so well right before endgame, but everything just came toppling down of them because they were clearly not clear to like what are they supposed to do at endgame. And that's also key in this meta because with how how strong these survivors chasing is, or the hunter chasing is, you have to be clear at endgame what to do. But moving on the next game, we see that Breaking Wheel would be removed instead. Breaking Wheel would be removed here after Goldman is in the global ban, but this does mean that we are opening up a gate for Hula Baloo, so that's why we might see the Wolfgang pick the mechanic here, because mechanic is also good against the Hula Baloo.
Mm-hmm. Right, we're seeing honestly the fact that the Wolfgang survivors are thinking of using their priestess here because it's a map like Moonlit, and since they don't have Hullabaloo banned, a priestess will really be crucial in order to counter the Hullabaloo's ability to jump over the bridge.
Yeah, so yeah, priestess is actually but priestess is decent against Hula Baloo with the support and everything, so oh, no Embalmer, because Moonlit Embalmer is also very strong. And also, there is the potential of a Priestess Embalmer combo, which is a nuisance to every hunter, let alone the Hula Baloo if Frost One's plans to choose it. So, Mercenary next. I mean, so far, Frost One is open to playing like the opera singer here, so Wolfgang may want to base the next selection, want their next selection to hold their own against the opera singer.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're seeing there the final three bands are gonna be a seer, embalmer, and novelist, and I I guess the novelist band makes sense because even after the major rework, novelist has actually been relatively useful, and coordinator pick here. Coordinator is gonna be really easily countered by excitement because although she is strong when the hunter doesn't have excitement, she's essentially a worse lucky guy without when the excitement is in play. My apologies.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, so yeah, Cord is actually also like decent here. Also like to ensure guaranteed rescue and give one chance for rescuing, like or to do a rebound kite here. So I mean, Opera Singer is definitely still playable here, and it's very smart of them to get rid of Frost One's Breaking Wheel because I did see that like a lot, first of all, and second of all, Breaking Wheel is also very strong in this meta and strong against Priestess.
Yes, like hunters that are able to counter the priestess here are gonna be crucial because otherwise they're just gonna face an extreme difficulty in actually trying to cope with how the survivors are able to freely move across the map with how much mobility priestess provides here. We're gonna see opera singer, opera singer, which is a decent pick. That's what I think at least.
Yeah, opera opera singer is like very strong in River Park. It being a very open map and all. It being a very open map and all, and he can just dash here, dash there, and yeah. So I think for opera singer, the priestess would be the most fragile because priestess very good to support the opera, but she's not a good kiter. She's not good in kiting opera herself. And Chord's flare gun, there is also potential of excitement chord, like excitement opera singer to deal with the chord too. So here both the chord and the priestess will have to spawn as stronger spawn areas, which is the case here. So it will likely that the acrobat too is a strong kiter, and the fourth stop will have to take the kite.
Yeah, definitely. Although, yeah, since the haunted house is such a strong kiting area that links to the god kite, it's gonna be extremely risky for the opera singer to go after the coordinator because even without like useful utility that's able to be countered by excitement, there's still the fact that the kiting spot itself is strong. So I also agree that acrobat will probably be the better first chase for this.
Yep. So with that being said, though, Frost one, yeah, the acrobat. This would be like, oh, sorry about that. This would be like a one-on-one battle between Kanki and Frost one for certain. So let's see what would Kanki's plan be here, and like how can he effectively kite against this opera singer would be the key here. But anyways, I'm your caster Invisible Joan, joined by me Sin, and we'll be bringing you the second BO2 first half between Team WG and Team HLT.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're starting into the match, and as we suspected, the opera singer is gonna opt to chase after the acrobat first here, and it seems to me that the acrobat has already put in a pallet and is gonna opt to use that uh the famous ball around the actual stop itself in order to gain a significant amount of distance.
Yeah, so let's see. Can he have to be careful? Maybe he'll be trying to jump across because if he wants to get up here, he cannot. But a very nice use of the bomb there, made able to like just evade for a while. But unfortunately, will still be taking hit. So let's see what can he be trying to go up for the last stop, but doesn't seem like it. But if he's running out in the open here, then he will be in danger of going down very fast though. So let's see, can he gonna fall through? But like Frost One actually was at the other side, but fortunately Frost One got stuck, allowing Kanki to survive for now. But he definitely will have to make his way to the next Kang's point, because or else he would not last too long, because Frost One also has Blink to bring him down.
Yeah, with Blink online and whoo, that was an amazing use of utility here, able to dodge out the blink, and that will buy him a few more seconds here, if not a long time here, since he's, no, there's one more pallet here, but it's not enough to actually work with here. With one last ball, yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, with one last ball, he'll probably be going down soon.
But he definitely bought a lot of time after that missed blink, and with another flywheel effect, down goes the acrobat, and just, oh my goodness, that was just amazing play from the acrobat, projecting blink, running to the inside, was inside barely dodged the tip of the hitbox over there, and then vaulting through, and then when Frostman Shadow dances, instantly using the bomb to bomb back on the other side was amazing play over there, delaying a lot of the downtime, or else it would have been a different story. So yeah, because clearing ciphers have 3 ciphers and something, and the survivors are definitely in position to play for a tie.
Yeah, but although I think the decoding progress from the survivors is relatively lackluster, because if you're looking at how much cipher progress is spread out amongst the ciphers, that was an almost 2-minute kite, and I think a lot of it was wasted with the ciphers not being properly popped, and instead significant amounts of cipher progress being scattered.
Yeah, like the ciphers are relatively scattered though, but now with that chair, they can send in the coordinator to come in to rescue if needed because of the core's flare gun. But it seems like the core is actually relatively far. I think there's a bit of a rotation issue there because no one is actually nearby to rescue. But it seems that Frost One doesn't choose to like go out to harass instead opts to stay behind. So it does seem that there's a high likely chance that this acrobat will not be able to rescue because the acrobat is about to die, like to get sent back to mana. But Cord came in the nick of time and barely manages to pull off the rescue though. So with the last two ciphers being decoded, if the Cord can effectively use the flare gun, then there might be a chance for the acrobat to survive till endgame, seeing that he has no borrowed time.
Yeah, there it is, and the flare gun comes out. Along with that, Acrobat is able to transition to a strong hiding area against the Opera Singer here with 3 pallets to work with. That's actually gonna be good for them, but they're choosing to transition out and instead go closer to the dungeon. Perhaps this to actually get yeah, perhaps this actually let the Acrobat have a better chance to escape using the dungeon, but Blink here takes down the Acrobat.
Yeah, and we can see that the survivors already set up the portal, and actually, the acrobat already completed their mission by forcing out Blink because now Frost One cannot teleport there, and I think and even he ended up missing the dash, which is even more fatal because this will ensure that the 3 remaining survivors would run out of the gate, and this would be a free man escape against an opera in this meta. Like, considering that this tournament we've seen a lot of like free-man eliminations, 4-man eliminations. This free-man escape here was very, very amazing job as the acrobat kited this one out very well, Sin.
Absolutely, that was a fabulous job from the Acrobat on Team Wolfgang's side, and that Blink Predict was extremely skilled, and that it was a mix of precision and luck, but still the fact that that was able to be pulled off meant that the kite was extended for so much longer than it really should have gone, and it eventually tilted the favor all the way out of the opera singer's hands.
Yup. So, yeah, like the acrobat definitely kited this one out the best, and I think the only chance the hunter had was to try and cut off the cord, but the cord like he never like located which direction the coordinator is coming in, so he lost the chance to cut her off because the cord did come relatively late, and I feel like if she got busted there, if her direction got guessed, she would have managed to pull off the rescue entirely, and this would have been a completely different story.
Yeah, absolutely. If that second rescue there didn't happen because of a slight miscommunication with the rescue that didn't allow them to be there at a safer time, that might have ended up terribly. But I guess they just had faith in being able to rely on the coordinator gun in case they got to the cipher a little bit too late. Not cipher, the chair a little bit too late.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, but I mean they end up also pulling off the rescue, so I guess everything is fine and dandy in the end though. But for HLT, this is not looking good because their hunter getting free escape means that the survivors would want to look for the same, but Moonlight River Park being a massive map and all would be much harder to get a free escape too.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to keep up the pace here with being able to mirror each other. Otherwise, it's gonna end up terribly for them, and even a slight mistake here will actually cost them the match. Unless they are able to pull off a miracle in round 3, of course. But then again, that's still incredibly unlikely.
Definitely. So let's see. Like, I mean, it's still likely, like, it's not impossible, but it's just harder. So, now the plan is we have to see what would HLT's survivor plan be, because WG, I think they're more in the like safe here because getting a tie on Moonlit River Park would is in theory not too difficult, but then again, do not say things too fast because I've already learned my lesson by now. If you say things too fast, something different is gonna happen entirely, Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're too confident in one outcome being the most likely, it's almost always gonna be a less likely outcome that happens simply because you let down your guard and aren't as sharp as you would be if you were on your full if you were completely cautious about what else could happen. But we're seeing a priestess ban here. They don't want to see the priestess on the field. In turn, we're gonna see a breaking wheel ban, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like I think we already established that Breaking Wheel is back in the meta. So I guess like here and Opera being nerfed. So here I guess nowadays it's no longer the top four. As in specific maps, people would rather deal with the Opera, like what they know, than the Breaking Wheel, which is sort of the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're already seeing the mech and the archer now, the Gravekeeper. I mean mech. This is also once again a potential counter to Hula Baloo. And for Sodium Macomb here, I think the plan here is for him to consider what hunter does he want to play that he's confident to get tie with. It could still be Opera Singer because I I think Opera Singer is good against the mech. It's also good against the Gravekeeper. Like he can select the Opera Singer and then charge straight for the mech at the 2-story, or even spawn at the bridge and charge for the Gravekeeper at the bridge because Gravekeeper is very bad against the Opera Singer.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've mentioned before, the opera singer is able to charge at survivors with high speeds and without needing as much control as a hunter like Breaking Wheel, she's able to do so much more just because it's less of a skill ceiling and more of a flexibility thing. Versatility. The survivors aren't able to do loops around the hunter and again, that's the main weakness of the Breaking Wheel against an opera singer on this map.
Yep. So, with that being said, though, we are waiting for the hunter selection coming in soon. So let's see what would the hunter be selecting, because with Opera Singer being very like strong in theory here, I do see Opera Singer, but hold on a minute, seem to go for the Ivy, and actually the Ivy does work in some way because the archer, in order to fire a crossbow, she has to look back, which is free corruption for the
Mm-hmm.
Ivy. Gravekeeper, when 100 corruption level, will be forced out underground, and the mechanic, if she drops her bot, the bot can also be leeched separately, making her like the best mech finder. So this might have a different story here, as fortunately the survivors are expecting this because there are two flyout effects for them to work with, Sin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a decent amount of traits and utility that work in their favor, but at the same time, this spawn point isn't exactly the best. Choosing to spawn their acrobat on middle puts him at a little bit of a risk as well as a possible traffic jam issue here if they don't play their rotations off correctly. Although despite that, I do think the Shadow will opt to at least leech onto Gudgy's mechanic first.
Oh yeah, that definitely. Like maybe bring her main body towards the Gravekeeper and Acrobat to disrupt. Then go for the mechanic and leech and see if you can find the bot. Because if you can find the bot and teleport onto it, then the bot will highly likely get hit, and then the mechanic will lose one of her bots, and the decoding speed would be slowed down massively. Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. If anyone here gets hit way too early on in the game, the mechanics decoding speed is gonna be essentially nerfed so badly it's gonna be difficult for her to play. It's gonna be difficult for her to actually get any proper decoding done. So that negates at least half of the decode, like a fourth of the decoding speed that she could be outputting.
Yeah, with that, this is going to be a between HLT Survivor for the Team Wolfgang's Hunter BO2 second half with your caster Invisible Joan and Sin, and I'll see you, and we'll head into the match very soon. Alright, heading into the match, so it seems that this will be a different approach, as both the Hydra and the main body will be heading towards the bridge over there. Seems that the target would be Glucose's Acrobat, but I don't think that's the best idea because Acrobat in theory can do decently, but like against the Ivy. But currently there's only 59 corruption level, which is fine for now which is fine for now. But yes, see, is still 59 corruption level, so one revelation will not be enough to bring it down, but it's dangerously close. The acrobat may have to use a bomb because you do not want to get hit on pure foot, which is exactly what happened. But fortunately, the corruption level has already been cleared out during the meantime. But that means the acrobat will have to be very careful in not giving Ivy any room to blink on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Blink is gonna be the Ivy's key here to actually getting it down early enough before any of the ciphers pop or another one gets started here. And the Acrobat still does have a decent amount of balls to work with here. At last stop, he'll be able to actually jump off the railings here. But walking back into the Hunter here, will he be able to rebound? Like, recover from this?
Not being able to, and ends up going down with Ivy not even forcing out the blink, which is definitely not very good for the survivors, because the acrobat in theory would have been much stronger at the last stop, but seeing that the Hunter was very smart as she makes sure that her body is always at the outside of the first stop, meaning that the acrobat cannot just use the bomb to get to the other side of the map. But now we can see that the Gravekeeper will be coming in to rescue, hoping to like give room for the acrobat to rebound. Okay, so let's see how this turn out.
Yeah, now we're gonna see the Gravekeeper actually come in for the rescue, and this is a decently good rescue here, but the acrobat, the acrobat is choosing to go to an area with a lot of walls to do his rebound. This makes it a lot easier than trying a kite at the fourth stop, because then it's a lot less reliant on actually a lot less reliant on needing to know where the Hunter is going. And the one risk here, though, would be the blink and the red light tricks, but he's transitioning out into the walls.
Yeah, like, in his attempt to look at the walls and not give any corruption level, he ended up looking it through the window, and Sode Macomb abused that perfectly, and now with full presence, this would be very hard for the acrobat to survive to endgame. Like, yes, they do have the mechanic spots decoding outside and all, but the ciphers are not enough just yet for them to save everyone for endgame, so this is not looking too good on the survivors at all, considering that they want a free escape this round, Sin.
Yeah, without a three escape here, it's gonna be extremely hard for them to actually win once they get into the third round. So this rescue needs to be pulled off nicely, and the other ciphers need to be finished in time. Otherwise, this is gonna end up terribly. And Blink is being popped here to actually evade the fireball, which is a good use of Blink here, I'll say.
Yeah, like, fortunately for the survivors, they only have two ciphers. But hold on, the Archer was actually here to bring to save the acrobat, and if able to. If I did not remember wrongly, there was Baseman over there, but Sode Macomb actually, during that mess of wanting to harass the ciphers, brought himself in a dangerous situation, though fortunately for him, the acrobat actually does not have borrowed time, so actually the survivors, or never mind, my bad, I mistook that for last game. So with borrowed time, all of a sudden, they are, like, he's in position, the survivors are in position for the Freeman escape that they need, Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, there's no one actually close enough to the gate for them to be in direct danger of the Ivy here. So, if they put only one or two people at the other gate and have them have like the other person hang around the dungeon here, they will be in a relatively safe position to get the win that they need. The Gravekeeper is the closest to the Ivy right now, but she's more preoccupied with camping the gates than being able to actually chase.
Yeah, like, here's the thing with Ivy is that if she leeches an instant teleport to get someone down, then she will not have the leech to control the other side of the gate. But if she's just gonna hang by around here, there is one day where the detention would just run out. So Sode Macomb here is more borrowed time right now, because let's see, teleport mech 99 corruption level, very well positioned, and now Sode Macomb is not in a good position as he sort of has to go after the mechanic. But if he goes after the mechanic, then the others might possibly escape. And Mech actually might go down raw foot. Beautiful use of a fly effect. Let's see, will the next pallet be safe here? Actually vault through and will take a terror shock there. But that actually means that the other three remaining survivor can rush out the other side, because there is no Ostracons there and the leech is not even there. As that's the thing, is that if you focus on one, then the other three survivors can escape through the other side, Sin.
Yeah, there it is. Oh gosh. And we're now gonna see a beautiful three escape played perfectly because of that kite from the acrobat here.
Please
Even
don't.
though they lose one, since the weakness of the Ivy, it's what allowed them to get that win.
Please don't tell me you just yawned.
Mm, no, I think it's my yeah.
No, nothing. Well, anyways, I think
Sometimes
here,
I do it out of reflex.
I think one of the thing is that if my memory serves me correct, the hunter had basement, but because he wanted to chair and harass the ciphers, he
Mm-hmm.
forgot that there's a potential archer to come in to harass, and the archer bringing the acrobat, like saving the acrobat off the balloon, is really very critical there, turning a guaranteed like 3 man endgame into 4. And yeah, for endgame, like if Ivy teleports with the leech still on the survivor, they will always be in risk of she will lose control on the other side of the map, seeing that there are no
Mm-hmm.
ostracons at the other side, and that's the opening the survivors need because they are scattered. And the moment both Yidra and the main bodies away from a side of the map, they can just rush the cipher open.
Yeah, absolutely. After baiting out at least one of the sides, it's either gonna be the puppet or it's gonna be the main body itself. Once one of them is drawn away from one of the gates, that leaves too much room on a map as big as like a moonlit to actually be able to recover from that and actually go back to the other gate and kill the survivors that are on it.
Oh, is everything good at your end?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think your mic just cut off or something there. But anyways, just oh my
Yeah.
goodness, then like we're talking about this as being the third place match and all, but we're already starting with 2-4-4s, meaning that it's just so close between. It's just very close between these two teams here, Sin. Like we're heading the third round and no team still has a particular advantage just yet. So this last I apologize,
Ooh,
allergies.
yeah,
This
no,
third
no.
round might decide everything, and I'm just amazed with how back and forth, with both hunters shining with a free-man elimination, and survivors subsequently returning with a free escape.
Yeah, it's just been a reoccurring pattern here where the hunters are able to the where the hunters lack, the other survivors are able to actually make up for that. So if this pattern continues, we'll be launched into overtime, which I hope won't happen. But then again, there's a lot of things that could happen here. Let's just hope they're able to take advantage of one or two mistakes that the other faction may make here.
Oh, don't talk about you. I also hope it won't happen, or else we would be sitting in for a long night. I remember there was one match where it was 7-2. I'm like, oh, please don't overtime and proceed to like and then the stars proceed to align everything perfectly for our 7-2 for overtime, and I was like, I want to
Oh my
sleep.
gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, because like it was like very late at night and I wanted to sleep so bad. But then that happened. Anyways, moving in the game now, so this might be the last round. Hopefully it'll be the last round, we don't know. But Priestess would be removed first because Ever Seeming Town being a strong Priestess map with Novelist, and even though Breaking was strong against the Priestess, I guess, so they might come here predicting that his wheel would get banned. That's why we're seeing disbands here, which is the case because the Priestess is already, like the Breaking Wheel is already gone alongside the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, yeah. Alongside the gamekeeper, we're
The
actually
Gamekeeper, yeah, my bad, yeah.
yeah, the gamekeeper. We're gonna see. We did see the gamekeeper be played in an earlier matchup, if we remember correctly. I
Yep.
think the gamekeeper is is Study McComa's backup whenever the meta gets banned alongside breaking or can't be played alongside breaking wheel. So yeah, banning the novelist and the coordinator here makes a lot of sense considering he's expecting this.
Yeah, we are seeing Magician and Meteorologist obstacle for a forward next. I guess for Team HFT, they want to have some sort of harasser and safety net. Though I think they could have considered the Antiquarian instead because Antiquarian is still in play. I guess they just really want a 4 high safety net because not too many hunters are particularly strong against the 4. But oh, Patient, like they banned the Patient last, but the thing is that Patient, there are lots of replacements for Patient. unless Team Wolfgang Hunter choice hates Patient specifically. Otherwise, I feel like this is not the best ban, because even if Patient gets banned, there are like a lot of similar survivors you can choose that can do the same thing.
Yeah, especially like we're thinking hunters like essentially meteorologists. We've seen the meteorologist behave a lot like a patient in the way that she worms around the map. Alongside that, there's also the acrobat, but they're going to opt for the cheerleader here. Now we're waiting for them to lock in their personas. It with this, their cheerleader would be the weakest link if the hunter were to select something like we could see a disciple. We could see either a disciple, although they'd want to go for a win, or we could see probably another opera.
Yeah, like opera is still not in global bans currently, but the thing is, like opera singer is not the strongest in this map. The opera is actually very decent against the fort, having the ability to chase the fort very far away, and also,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like I feel like meteorologist is the only one that is like decent against an opera, because magician in this map, like if the magician uses illusion to block one side of the shadow area, the opera singer can just easily dash towards the other side and evade it. But oh my goodness, then we are gonna be seeing a smiley face being selected, and smiley face, but against this team comp, like it's good against Ford and cheerleader, that's for sure. But meteorologist can use the strong wind to break to like end the dash, and magician's illusions are also very good to stall for time against the smiley face as well.
Yeah, I do think this against this team comp, Smiley Face would be able to perform relatively well because that debuff, that speed debuff that the cheerleader faces after using each pom pom will be detrimental to her if she doesn't have flywheel. And with the forward, it's easy to chase him away, get a slow healing on him, and make it extremely hard for him to come back and actually help. I guess the meteorologist works against him, but as well as the magician, but the other two are gonna have a really tough time kiting.
Yeah, but fortunately for the survivors, they got two flywheel effects that is very good against the smiley face though. So smiley face spawn in this area, I would presume that Lady Ja would be taking the first kite just because like meteorologist is being strong against it and all. So let's see what would the plan be. Like let's see, like how would the cheerleader take the kite? Because cheerleader knows that she's not the best against a smiley face, so she definitely has to plan in advance on where she should position herself. Because the thing against a smiley face is that you never position yourself in a place where there are no pallets or no good kiting areas nearby. Because like if you're decoding a very dangerous cipher, let's say the cipher at the center, and then you hear someone dash at you, you might not even have time to transition to the pallet areas nearby.
Yeah, you need to make absolutely sure that you have utility that allows you to transition between places if you're decoding at risky ciphers. Otherwise, that will put you at, again, a much extreme risk that comes with decoding ciphers in high traffic locations or locations that don't have a lot of good pallets.
Anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible Joan. Joined by me is Sin, and we're going to be bringing you the match between HLT Survivor and Wolfgang's Hunter, with the BO3 first half starting hopefully very soon.
Okay, we're gonna see the hunter, the smiley face, just gonna opt to gather a few propellers first before going directly for a chase here, but uh, he's going straight towards the cheerleader.
Yeah, pretty
No,
smart for
actually, no.
pretty smart for cheerleader to
Yeah.
hide at the graveyard, over there, because the graveyard being one of the strongest area, very hard for Sodium account to mind game with. So now he's just going to be going through the S palette, but actually ends up crashing, which is not good at the start, missing his very first dash. He is going to be installing more parts onto him though, so let's see if he able to get glucose down. But the magician is actually very strong against the smiley face. The illusions having the ability to cut off the dash. So Sodium and Calm, knowing this, will be heading towards Missouri's Ford, he'll be used a lot of football just to ensure he make it to that pallet, and that's what I talked about why 4 is not good against a smiley face. But this being a long pallet and all, oh, it actually goes for a blink here, but actually ends up missing over there. So now this is not good at all because this smiley face does not even have insolence. It has trump card and detention, and with the blink hit miss, it'll be very hard for Sody McComb to get any hits.
Yeah, from this it's looking like, look at the cipher progress. Already a lot of ciphers have been gotten done and not even a single hit here. Because of the corridors having 2 pallets that cover both ends, it's not going to be very easy for the hunter to actually loop back around, and he's already wasted a lot of dashes trying to simply get to these survivors, but because these pallets are so bothersome, he hasn't been able to get a single hit with these loops.
Yep, so moving on. Yep, so moving on here, Sody McComb now will be pressuring the fort. But the fort does have a football to work with, and considering that he already has no blink because he missed the blink on the fort earlier, it will still be quite some time before he can bring the fort down, and the fort would be using his football to transition between pallets instantly because that's sort of the way you deal with it. And honestly, the Smiley's choices are very limited, and hold on, gonna go for the Magician, but there's the illusion if you have to evade the tram too. Manage to evade both of them, but it's not able to get any hits. Currently, Sody McComb is just struggling to bring anyone down, and this is not good because so far he only has 1 hit. He does not even have first presence, Sin.
Yeah, with, like, again, oof, beautiful use of the wind. The wind here from the meteorologist able to cancel the smiley dash here, and having to install a new dash without his presence that gives him the dash after his charge attack. It's really hard for him to actually get a hit, and he's wasting so many parts.
Yeah, like his parts are limited. He now only has 2 more infinite dashes. Because of him never getting full presence, he never has the ability to dash, and that means that his like his parts are limited, so his power is definitely limited, because if he has no more parts for endgame, that means that he cannot block the gate as well too. So now he will be trying to mind gaming the Magician here, but the Magician still has 2 more illusions, so let's see, can he make this 1 dash count illusion? Is able to get the hit and finally unlocks the first presence, but the ciphers are about to be primed, and just look at this. Like, Meteorologist also says Ty Turner. Like, this is not looking good for the Smiley Face endgame, as they're gonna pop it straight away because the mage has no borrowed time.
Oh, narrowly able to dodge the tram there. Thankfully, he dodged that in time, but still, the Magician will. If the Magician goes down here, he's going down right in front of the gate, and that. Yeah, he goes down here, but that is enough for Tide, though. I do think they'll choose to play it safe and go for the 3-man escape rather than do anything risky. So.
Yeah, because the gate is still. That gate is still untouched, there's no way. But anyways, congratulations for Team HLT's Survivor for achieving another free escape. Talk about a turn of events because of the first 3-man elimination, but 2 games in a row did the Survivors manage a free escape and just, gaining more and more advantage, and now it's back on Wolfgang Survivor to do the same and get a free escape, or else they'll be out of the tournament, Sin.
Alright, and now if they can't either mirror this, or they can't get Team Wolfgang can't get a 5-pointer here, they're not gonna be able to proceed, and they're gonna be losing this here.
Yup.
It's a tall order, but considering their pattern now, I think it's honestly completely possible for them.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, considering that Wolfgang Survivor did also make a breakthrough free escape the last round, it's not out of the ordinary for them to do it here, though. So, yeah, let's see what will happen, because Smiley Face, unfortunately, this was just a very rough team comp, and his best target already hit in a very good spot early game, so that was kind of unfortunate. So now the question here, though, is that what would the survivors select if they need a free escape? we'll probably expect them to pull out all the big guns like Meteorologist, maybe Antiquarian, like probably all the big guns will be pulled out in this round just because if they don't, they'll lose here. And for Team Wolfgang's Hunter, because like, if I recall correctly, they only used up the Opera and the Goldman, so there is a possibility of Hula Baloo or Ivy if they don't get banned or if he still has.
If the hunter has any, uh, I I forgot somehow the faction order, but we're gonna get into the bans here. We're
Wolfgang's
seeing
Survivor.
HLT's hunter. Yeah, we're gonna see Wolfgang Survivor and HLT's hunter here. Seer Instaban, which is pretty standard, honestly.
Yup, so Seer Standard and maybe like Meteorologist may be good because she is very strong and also like in help achieving free escapes and all. So maybe it's possible, yep, Seer and Meteorologist as I predicted, because Meteorologist is a good kiter on her own, and she also has the ability to heal like with the help of the rainfall and all. So I guess for Frost One he definitely wants to remove any possibilities. And meanwhile WG removed the breaking wheel of its Frost one of their signature hunter, and he Wax Artist because Wax Artist being such a tie hunter and all, so he's gonna get rid of it, and we're gonna see Gravekeeper and Prospector to prevent Frost One from potentially going for the Disciple. So Frost One's choice might be a bit limited because he cannot go for Disciple in this round, and the Ivy also may face the wrath of the Prospector's cancel too.
Yeah, with at least without an archer, they won't have to face another harasser here. That'll be a problem. The prospector among all of the harassers that we have in the game isn't exactly one of the best, but he is strong in the sense that he's a good choice here because he does counter that disciple pick as you mentioned.
Yep, Novelist next, like, yeah, that's a very standard team comp if they want a free escape. So let's see what other tricks does Frost One has remaining. Because Frost One definitely do not want them to drag this into overtime. So he definitely wants to get the tie, but what other hunters can he still do to take the tie here? Because Prospector and Novelist are both very good at battling, and the fact that one of the best and anti-battling hunters, namely the Wax Artist, has been removed, this might have a bit of a threat on Frost One.
Yeah, this will be dangerous for Frost One, but again, with this kind of team comp, part of me wants to see a shadow show up here.
Yup. I mean, but the Shadow? I mean, yes, you can chase the Novelist, but Prospector's Magnus cancelled the Shadow's stun, and the Magician has the ability to kick Idra off with the help of his illusions. So the Shadow might have a bit of an issue here. Though the Hula Baloo actually can still work if you just want a tie. Like Hula Baloo is possible here, seeing it did not get banned, and there's still anything else depending on what other choices there still are.
It still also does depend on what hunters in general Frost One knows, but yeah, as you mentioned, if they just want to tie here, perhaps going for the Hullabaloo and chasing after the Novelist and the Magician here might be a better option for the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, but that is if Frost One goes for Hula Baloo. Because Kearney was still waiting for the Survivor to select their talents and all, because they have the free escape. So the Novelist and the Prospect would definitely be very critical because they both have the ability to reverse a bad early game. So let's see what other tricks does Frost One up have their sleeve, because he does not want to get free escaped and get dragged into overtime, Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. Overtime here would be the worst possible outcome for both of them. We're gonna see a Bonbon. Honestly, I think this is a good pick because the Gravekeeper's shovels do get countered by chip hunters since any kind of chip hits are enough to knock the Gravekeeper out of his shovel.
Actually, that's not true. Like they actually buffed the Gravekeeper like over a year ago, where he would only get knocked out of the shovel if he takes a normal attack damage, meaning one bomb chip would not be enough to knock the Gravekeeper out of like his shovel, it has to be 2. But the good news with this team comp though is that the Gravekeeper, in theory, is not good at rescuing against the Bonbon. And probably the
Yeah.
Novelist would be the best rescuer in this team comp, having the metaphor, the ability to swap. But Bonbon being a strong TIE hunter and all, that means that the first down cannot occur too quickly.
Yeah, since if the first down happens too quickly, they'll be forced into the standard Bonbon tie rhythm wherein they're forced to either when they force a rescue, an early rescue for an early down, it's more often than not that it ends up in a loss. So most of the times they choose to sacrifice, but then that puts them on the pace for a tie because they don't have someone to rebound for the second kite. And then the overall decoding progress it gets slowed.
Yeah, and also see the issue here is that Novelist is like the best, only one that can really have a good rescue against the Bonbon, but he does not even have Tide Turner. So this might be an issue because no one can guarantee a safety rescue. If the first down occurs too quickly, then this might be a bit of an issue, as you mentioned, Sin. And also remember, Bonbon got buffed. He has the ability to use his bombs to accelerate the speed of the chair, so this might lead to even massive problem. But anyways, we're your casters Invisible Joe and Sin, and we'll bring you the BO3 second half between Team Wolfgang and HLT very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, heading into the game, Frostone will be making towards Kanghee because the Prospector is actually like pretty fragile early game because he is a character that only gets strong over time and he'll be very fragile. So throws a bomb there to seal off the path, forcing Kanghee to make a loop around. And the distance is dangerously close though, so let's see. The Frost of Kanghee only has one magnet to work with early game, and he definitely wants to like prolong the kite as much as possible.
As much as possible, he wants to try not to waste his first magnet, but his second magnet is on its way to being regen, so it is fine that he used a magnet here. Although being able to transition here, taking a stun, although that stun isn't the stun wasn't as long as it could have been, but still, it's a good magnet. Oh, you're
Yeah,
not falling for the mind games here, yeah.
just place a bomb here, and Prospector taking the first hit, and there is warp here. I was thinking if Frostone would have chosen to warp and try and bring the Prospector down, because since he already got chipped, let's see, warp maybe? No, still gonna loop around, but if he's gonna just loop around and all three ciphers are about to be done soon, because he's just taking too much time in getting anywhere close. But let's see though, he has one more chipping chance here. Flywheel affects away that, so that's actually very good because this Prospector might last for a bit longer as three ciphers are going to be done, but basement is in this area. If Kanghee goes down here, goes down the basement, this will be very hard to save out of.
Yes, it'll be incredibly hard to save out of. Even with the Gravekeeper's ability to dive down into the basement, it's still gonna be difficult here. Although without any proper utility to leave the area, still able to make it out safely, at least far enough to the point that getting basement is unrealistic. It's a good save from Kanghee here. At least they won't be getting chaired in basement.
Yeah, but Kanghee's gonna bring him back. Maybe he wants to drop. Oh, I was
No.
thinking, no. And maybe here he would use the detonation. Yup, detonation here. Gravekeeper will be coming in, but as I established before, Gravekeeper very hard to rescue. But if you're gonna hit like that, then you're just giving the survivors a free rescue out of nowhere. So this is not looking good for Frostone, considering he wants a tie, but currently like he just cannot achieve it.
Unfortunately, this prospector is kiting beautifully here, dancing around, managing to dodge 2 or 3 bombs, but does go down to the last two. 3 ciphers have already been popped, and the last two are already so high in progress. It's basically at least one of them is guaranteed to pop here, and the other will be near primed.
Yeah, the right now what Frost One should do is to just save his bombs and try to bomb out the prospector instead. Because if he's wasting the bombs like he is right now, then he will have not enough bombs to bring the prospector down endgame. But yeah, so here they know that they cannot waste more time. That's why they're gonna pop it straight away. So let's see though, because the survivors are still pretty scattered apart, so there is still a possibility for the hunter to go for like a tie if he can bring. Can he fast enough? Because not everyone is at the gate just yet, as the Gravekeeper is in a like bad position. But yeah, Kieran still staying alive here, trying to evade this one. Nope, still gonna go down. But here Frostone knows that he cannot like focus on the prospector. But Gravekeeper still has his shovel, so this might be another free escape, Sin.
Another 3 escape, bringing it to an identical tie here. Gonna be forcing us into overtime. Let's just hope, like, based on this pattern, the hunters aren't really doing so hot right now.
Yeah, Sin check DMs.
Give me a second. My stream is...
Yeah, like look at this. 4-4, 4-4, 4-4. Well, I guess the stars are aligned that they want to see us commentators sit here even longer. But yeah, like honestly, with the first game Freeman elimination, I thought there's no way there'll be a Freeman elimination that happened. And honestly, with this team comp, like Frost One's bombs in this game was not very accurate, because he missed a lot of bombs early game and never got close towards a prospector. Like they were a bit of a sin. I'm sorry. I've been talking too much, and my allergies happen when I talk too much. Yeah. Anyways, like I just feel like for this game specifically, he took too much time to bring the prospector down, because his bombs were was pretty inaccurate, because he missed a lot of them early game, and he also chose not to go for that aggressive approach to bring the prospector down over there, because at that point there were 3 ciphers, and also adding on that, him choosing to hit the Gravekeeper out of the shovel just gave them a free rescue. Like Bonbon's main trait is camping, but him just giving that free rescue just blew all his chances they need for a tie, and now this all of a sudden brings us into overtime. So yeah, I have a feeling, ladies and gentlemen, that I'll be stuck here till at least 1 a.m. for tonight again. Well, time to see us casters suffer even more. Wait, did someone send me something? Hold on a minute. Okay, so now that we're in overtime and with like both teams, Hunter not performing that well and the survivors performing very good. So I think it'll be best for both teams, Hunter, to just aim for a tie and drag time instead, seeing that they seem to be struggling, and we can see that the survivor side meta shining over here. But yeah, we are going to be heading into the last. Like, this would definitely be the last round. There's no way. This would definitely be the last round, because overtime, haha. But yeah, we already lost a couple of like strong hunters in the global bans. maybe there would be a chance that Ivy would get selected because Ivy is also good at dragging time. But if the female dancer gets banned over here, I don't think it would be the Ivy. But Investigator ban maybe it's still going to be Ivy. And in overtime, maybe we'll see the mech being selected just because like time also matters. But oh, no wax, no wheel, no Ivy maybe? Oh, no smiley face in case Frost one has one. But Red Church is not strong for smiley face to begin with, though.
Your church isn't the best map for smiley face. I don't see why they'd use one of their bans here. I guess they just wanna like guarantee any loose ends. Since we have seen Smiley rising in the meta, though this does open up the chance for a little bit more comfort-sided picks here. But again, they are gonna go for at least a tie and a time.
Uh-huh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, considering that Frost 1 wants, like, would be aiming for a tie here, seeing that the survivors on both sides are performing well. But Enchantress is going to be selected. Like, and if, oh yeah, no, it's still the mech. Because I was about to say, if Enchantress got selected, like, Enchantress is good for trying to free escape, but if you're in a position where the Enchantress has to come in and try and stun and harass and all, that means that this will stall the time by a lot, which is not ideal in a situation where they want to like decode just as fast as possible. But Nova's being banned here, so maybe the last one can be like a kiter of some sort, like they lost the acrobat, like a patient or a magician, which is going to be the case here. So let's see what other hunters does Frost one still have.
Honestly, with so many, this is the thing with global bans. With global bans, you really can't survive unless you have a large enough hunter pool to cope. Because once you get into the later rounds here, you're gonna be stuck for options. And when you're stuck for options, you're either gonna be stuck playing a character you don't know how to play, or it's just gonna turn out terribly when you're pressured with a counter comp against the one hunter you can play.
Yup, so oh yes, and you're going to take care for the 930, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so anyways, moving on here, like as you mentioned just now about hunters might be stuck off playing characters they're not very familiar with. I mean, that's the thing with this meta, with global bans being a pick and all, this will be a very good testament of the skills and the character pools of each hunter, because if your character pool is too limited, then you would run into a situation, like run into a bad situation like that. So unless you're very well prepared and with a lot of like very proficient characters, but we're seeing Galatea, and I think I do recall Frostone playing Galatea in the past, but Galatea against the mech, this team comp might not be the best, because Mechanic is like a decoder, and Sculptor is more like a camping hunter, and camping hunter hates decoders. Not to count that the archer can like shoot backwards and gain some distance, and magician going invisible, making it hard for the sculptor to get the chips during the magician's illusion.
Definitely aiming the actual statues itself is gonna be really difficult when magician is under the illusion invisibility, but against again, mechanic is weak against almost every single hunter as long as they can control ciphers to an extent. And with insolence, the Galatea will be able to use chisel to at least locate someone's cipher. If she gets lucky, she may end up finding the bot cipher.
Yeah, but that would be highly dependent on what happens to begin with, though. So we are gonna be heading into spawn selection. We do see that mechanic will be mechanic gonna be spawned in center, which is not we normally see, because if Galatea spawns at below, then the mechanic may struggle to escape and hide the bot at the same time. So this does seem a bit of like a gamble spawn selection. So let's see does that pay off. Oh, but it did pay off because the mech is not the closest, and rather it'll be dependent on how the magician takes the kite. So,
Yeah, okay. Yeah?
go ahead.
No, you can continue if you had something to say.
No, you can.
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna see the magician, like you mentioned, magician is probably gonna take the first kite here. Although he does have a few illusions to work with, it might not work out well because Shaq only has three crucial choke points, and it's gonna be really easy for the sculptor to predict when the magician will pass through it using the red trails and be able to block it off, or at least make it more annoying to get in and out of the shack itself. So he might have to his other best option would be to rotate into church, but then that would prove a struggle because the mechanics is situated in church. So he might end up being pushed into the corner ruins here.
Yep, anyways, we will be heading into the match between Wolfgang and HLT's overtime first half, and we'll see you in the game very soon, everyone. Alright, heading into the game, Frostone will be making towards the mechanic at the center, but mechanic would already placed the bomb, but we'll have to see if she does manage to hide it. Yep, it does have time to hide it, but let's see, does Frostone know where it is? Doesn't seem like it, though, as Frostone will be heading towards Baby Lee's Archer, but I feel like Archer in theory might struggle a bit against the Galatea. Or rather, Galatea might struggle to chase the Archer down.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, continue.
Yeah, if the able to dodge the first arrow here, so that does buy a little bit more time, able to block the pallet with that statue. Amazing use of statues here, even though that did not result in a chip. That did give her a normal attack.
Yeah, like that's actually very fast, and considering that he brought Blink, now all he has to do is to get into Blink range, and the Archer would be in danger of going down.
Mm-hmm.
So Baby Lee here will be taking the kite here, and definitely does not want to take any more chips. But Galatea is low on statues right now, so Baby Lee having a safe distance, but Blink is in play. There is still a fly effect though, so let's see, can this fly count? Goes for a blink but misses it and ends up hitting the statue and then hitting into the wall over there, and then the Archer getting a beautiful arrow. This is actually like a very amazing play, and for Frost one, he was definitely a bit hasty over there, because after he blinked, he did not rotate around fast enough and ended up missing what should have been a guaranteed hit. So now he's in danger of getting kited very badly by Baby Lee.
Yeah, here, if he can dodge another one of the arrows by pressuring using statues, it's either he takes he either takes the arrow here, or he's able to get a statue while the Archer is too focused on it. But there it is, one arrow, but that doesn't buy enough time for the Archer to actually get to a pallet here. Probably gonna go down again, and there... No, unfortunately not.
Yeah, that is already almost about to be a 3.5 Cypher kite sin, just because the fact that, that missed blink, and also we can see that Frost One was panicking when he placed statues and all. So that is shaping up to be a very fast, free escaping game. But unfortunately, the Magician Cypher is here, and the Magician got disrupted. So Archer will be running towards the opposite direction, does not want to harass the Cypher. But for Frost One, he can no longer focus on the Magician, or rather the Archer, and he has to focus on the Magician instead, because his plan now is to delay the time and disrupt the Cypher, delay for more time, to hopefully buy his teammates more time instead. That's why he's forced to go after the Magician, and seeing this approved full presence Galatea is going to be much, much stronger.
Right now that we're seeing the full presence Galatea in action here, with one Cypher remaining, though this is risky because the Archer does have borrowed time, and if the Cypher pops while the Hunter is way too distracted, or as we see, the Archer just simply gets up by the help of her other teammates here, this might end up bad for the Hunter here.
Yeah, because I just noticed that the Hunter has Insolence and Trump card, meaning that he has no borrowed time, so this might be a disaster if we approach endgame, because then there might be a chance for not just a free escape, But 4 escape without detention, seeing that the magician also has borrowed time. So honestly, Frost 1's like time is getting very limited here, seeing that he chose such an aggressive persona.
Mm-hmm. Right, there it is. We're gonna see the hunter who she's after the mechanic, but there is another cipher that's already being decoded, and it's not the one with the less progress. It's actually the one that's near prime. So with this kind of spread here, at least mechanic doesn't have borrowed time, so that won't be too much of an issue here. But even then, that's only gonna secure at least like one kill.
Well, not quite though, because here, like, Galatea still has the trump card so he can teleport, though the issue is that now it's being revealed the fact that he has no detention at all. The survivors would not be that wary of Frost 1. And we're actually seeing the bots also coming in as like a bait, just so that Mercy is gonna teleport now straight away because Magician is in half health. So now the plan has also changed, but as long as the Magician lasts for like a reasonable amount of time, the survivors should have enough time to pull off the mechanic and also go and rush the other gate at the same time. As Kanghi here will just be trying to bring the hunter at the other side of the map. And actually, if the dungeon is also here too, if he manages to last for a bit long, this might not even just be a free escape sin. Magician may not have any more items, but there's an impossible misses that Palace done here. And actually, hold on, he's gonna be crawling for it. Is he gonna crawl it? Hold on, I think it's gonna be enough sin if this would be a 4 escape in overtime sin. Oh my goodness.
A 4 escape in overtime, fabulously played, but the survivors here is able to, even if he takes that terror shock, the thing with that dungeon spot in specific is it's common for the survivors to typically again accept that terror shock and simply crawl towards the dungeon. And with the other teammates being able to go out just in the nick of time, the dungeon opens for the magician before the pallet breaks.
Yeah, like the thing is that Galatea should never have charged through the pallet right there. Like, honestly, there was nothing for her to be afraid of because like the thing is that the magician has no more items and no fly effect. He could have just stood at the other side of pallet and slowly chip, and eventually the magician would get chipped to death rather than charging through and allowing the magician to slam him like that. Because the moment if the magician gets slammed, then this would be a free 4-man escape. So he should have never left that side of the pallet to begin with.
So, again, like that. Yeah, sorry, you can continue.
So with that, this is not good for HLT at all, because now HLT has the 4 escape and also like 5 minutes and 38 seconds if I am not if I do remember it correctly. So yeah, so currently this is not looking good at all because they have to escape 4 escape just faster, and for WG they have to only eliminate 1, or heck, even select like Hermit or like, who knows, Photographer, the stalling hunters, to literally just do nothing and stall the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, as long as they're able to stall, it's essentially a win, no matter how many. It's essentially a win for Team Wolfgang here. Like, as long as they don't majorly mess up or throw this advantage down the bag, that 5-minute timer, like, it's a little less than 5.5 minutes. And not only that, it's a 4 escape. So that was fabulously played from their survivor half. Now the hunter only needs to like guarantee a longer time, even if they get 4-banned as well.
Yeah, so honestly, there's just so many ways to guarantee a 1-man, let alone making sure that they don't get 4 escape faster in 5 minutes and 38 seconds. So for HLT, like, it's hard for them. They have to decode fast, and yet they also have to get everyone out at the same time too. This is This is going to be very, very hard.
Yeah, this is gonna be one of the hardest from. It's gonna be one of the hardest matches that Team HLT would have to play. Not only are all the stakes on this singular match, this is the match for their spot on the prize pool here.
Like honestly, I'll say this in paper terms, Wolfgang is like likely to win 99% just because it's very hard to force escape knowing you have to force escape, let alone in a limited amount of time. But I mean, there's maybe a slim chance for this to happen, but yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult. Like one of the more difficult just yet. Though I do know something similar happened in IGL before, so I won't count this one out.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly possible, but this is like an extremely tall order.
I mean, we did see some like insane miracles in the past, so who knows, maybe. But yeah, we're gonna be heading in straight away, and then if you need to focus on the other side, you can go ahead. I'll take over for now. Um, so yeah, like let's see though. Well, Ivy is already gone from Sody McCom, so Sody McCom maybe can pick the Hermit, and maybe Sody McCom can pick Hermit or heck even the photographer just to stall for time. But here, WG will be removing Ford, Enchantress, and Knight, removing all the fighter team comps. So he's just gonna be playing the plan where he needs to get one man elimination. And look at this. Hermit getting removed instantly because HRT knows that I do not want to get stalled. So who knows? Maybe we can even see photographer getting banned. Sin.
Yeah, we're seeing a hermit ban and we're seeing a disciple and a wax artist. Honestly, the disciple and wax artist bans are more reasonable from Team HLT than seeing a photographer ban because even if it's like their better option here would be to actually get that foreman here against like a photographer. The time trying to opt for time, winning against time isn't exactly the best choice for Team Wolfgang here. It's better to just go for a one kill instead.
Yeah, that definitely. But they did get rid of the disciple, which is the queen of a 1K. Like, so let's see what else do they have up their sleeve. I think for Wolfgang, the easiest part is to just play for one man, and if things are really, really that bad, like, if things are really, 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 really bad in the middle of the game, then he would try and stall for time.
Yeah, if things go extremely bad, trying to stall for time would be best here, but I think honestly in this situation he could play a heavy chase hunter and just solely lock onto one survivor the entire match. Like let's see, I think a Night Watch might be decent here.
Yeah, because Nightwatch is also very good in games where I only need a one man, and so far the core and the front investigator, while they have potential to assist a free escape against a Night Watch, a 4 escape might be a little lacking.
Yeah, for a 4 escape it's a bit lacking because there are gonna be some sacrifices when it comes to, especially when it comes to coordinator who can't sustainably harass. Like she only has one flare gun, and that's the biggest issue here. With technically two stuns, and then the fire investigator. I think we might end up seeing either excitement or we're gonna see something to stall out time like abnormal.
Yeah, give me a moment. So Antiquarian last. So like Night Watch here is definitely decent enough to try and play for like a one man escape, for like a one man elimination. I mean, most of the hunters, like even Nayat, can also achieve this, or Soul Weaver can also achieve this. Like, there's just so many options. It's just more of on Sody McComb's like his preference. It's more on HLT and what else do they have, because like I can see that Ivy is already gone. Hermit is also already gone. So there are like most of the stalling hunters are gone. It's really just a chasing, which would be a Galatea on their own. But well, I will assume that Galatea will have detention here. But I honestly believe it may be a bit better if they go for Night Watch instead, because Galatea is like a high risk, high reward character.
Yeah, the sculptor here, although she is able to, at least a majority of hunters are able to secure a one man um, as long as they aren't constantly switching targets and playing recklessly. So this should be okay as long as we don't see a similar stunt in the previous match where we see the hunter like essentially give up the dungeon by misplaying on positioning. We're seeing that actually. Yeah. Okay. Continue if you're gonna speak.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Yeah, so
Okay.
okay, moving in. Like, oh my goodness, Sin, look at what is this?
It's the cube. What can I
It's
say?
Tetris. Well,
It's like that. Yeah, it's that piece from Tetris.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Everyone has borrowed time, so I mean, as long as in theory, so they can focus on one, it'll be good. But as I said, I just feel like there are much better options. But I think as long as Sody McComb saves up the blink for endgame, it should not be too hard. And if things are too bad, he can always use the chisel to like harass people off the ciphers to begin with as well.
Yeah, yeah, being able to harass the survivors half the ciphers. If the Galatea did bring insolence, that would be good for pressuring, or at least being able to track down one of your like your intended target. If you can't like immediately find your like if the Galatea can't immediately target someone who's good for her to chase, she could just try to wait until they decode, and then obviously because of spawn points, it's easy to tell who's decoding which cipher.
Yep, so with that, we're going to be heading into the game. And yes, Sode McComb here also does not have detention. Like, this is actually a risky move here on Sode McComb's side. It seems that these two teams both like very confident in their Galateas, or maybe they're just here to show off their Galateas and just have fun. But yeah, this time we do see that the coordinator would get chased first, and yeah, coordinator actually gets countered by the Galatea because it's possible
Yep.
to block the flare gun with the statues. But we can see that Sodium becomes missing a lot of the statues here. But during all this, due to the pressure, Lady Jen never had an opportunity to use the flare gun, so she will be taking the hit like relatively early, as Blink only has 20 more seconds.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds, like less than 10 seconds left on the cooldown for Blink, and we're seeing that the kiting route Lady Ja is going for is relatively easy to predict here, although Blink did unfortunately not come online enough for the Galatea to blink right through that window. That was a almost perfect timing for the coordinator here in such an open field. Using the flare gun now
Whoa!
would be the only thing she has, but no, instead of using it, she takes the down.
Yeah,
I don't
because
think that's the best option.
the thing is that Sylvie
Yeah,
McComb just now was holding up the vertical statue, so the coordinator did not really dare to fire, because if he fired, there's a risk of it getting blocked off by the statue easily. So that's why that ended up happening. So yeah, like now, if free ciphers is sufficient enough for a free escape, but for a forced escape, it's going to still be very hard, and like they will have to rely heavily on the items remaining to work if they want this forest escape that they need right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with using Blink here, amazing use of Blink here to down the coordinator right now. Although look at the cipher progress, only two have been popped, and the coordinator is already gonna be on her second chair. This isn't the pace that they want for actually a four-man. Otherwise, the coordinator is gonna have to pull a miracle with that flare gun.
Yeah, 3.5 ciphers have been done right now, counting the explorer. Like, it's enough if they can play for a free escape, but for a 4-man, it'll be much harder. Explorer's gonna come in play, and Explorer actually is very good, decent at rescuing against the Galatea because they can shrink so that the statues with them do not hit, but they're gonna send in the Fire Investigator instead. So let's see how this rescue pull off. Already got chipped once. Fire Investigator had to be careful.
Got
Second
chipped twice, and there we go. That's a stuffed rescue. Amazing uses of statues here, especially since it's such small spaces for Galatea. Can work both in her favor and against her favor.
Yeah, so with that, the cord would be sent back to the manor, but yeah, now sent back to the manor, and we already have it. And yeah, the Antiquarian just standing here, they know that their fate is already sealed. So yeah, congratulations to Team Wolfgang for managing to defeat HLT. So yeah, they're just gonna be here having fun. Like, the game's over, everyone. One, congratulations, Team Wolfgang, for managing to take the win. Chip down, and yeah, Wolfgang, after like a back and forth and back, we are going to see Team Wolfgang taking the win and advancing, or not advancing, but being the third place of this tournament officially. So congratulations goes to them.
Congratulations to Team Wolfgang. That was played beautifully, and even though we do know that a one man is enough to take this win here, we're seeing that was on pace for at least a 3 kill, which does set a different precedent here compared to our last scenarios where we're seeing the hunters actually only get very few kills in the end.
Yeah, like this definitely have been different of what we've been seeing a lot throughout this tournament, but yeah, that's ended up the case over there. But honestly, like, it's just achieving the 4 escape was just too hard to begin with. So yeah, WG Survivor performing very well. So definitely congratulations to them once again, as they performed pretty well. And now, yep. So we actually see a very cute line happening down. You see that?
Ah, yeah, we're seeing the bear
Oh,
in
the
the
bear!
screen. It's so cute.
Well, we finally
The big
have
line
now.
there.
Congratulations
After a
to Team
long-awaited
Wolfgang.
overtime match, yeah. Congratulations to Team Wolfgang. After 3 rounds where
4 rounds.
the outcomes were essentially the first 3 rounds had identical outcomes, and then they pulled in clutch with that. They pulled perfectly in clutch with that 4th round, the overtime round. Amazingly played from them.
Yup, so yeah, here are just some stats, and congratulations to them. But yeah, actually this would be the 3rd place match, but we still have one more sin, don't we?
And this time we're gonna be in for a.
Hopefully
this time we're
not.
gonna be in for a long one. So.
Hopefully not, because hopefully not. I'll just say that much. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Hopefully we're not gonna face any overtimes, but even then it's still gonna be it's not our previous standard best of 1, so we're gonna be having a lot of it's gonna take a long time.
Reminds me of that time when I was stuck here until 1 a.m. Like yesterday night, I was stuck here till 1 a.m. and I was literally about to fall asleep midstream.
Oh my.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I would not live a long stream without caffeine. Tonight I did bring one with me because I intend to stay the entire time.
hopefully we won't need that. Who knows?
Hopefully not.
Yeah, hopefully not. Who knows? Well, yeah, just look at this: 4-4, 4-4, 4-4. Like, it's just showcasing everyone how close it is.
Look at that. Look at that. 4-4, 4-4, 4-4, and then suddenly they come sweeping in with a 0-10.
Yeah, because the 4 escape at the first round really just sealed the fate and sealed the deal over there. Look, NTT and Nick are just chilling around, and they're like, well, one game done, one more to go.
Yeah. John, it's 9:55, so
Yeah. I'm dealing with it. So yeah. Oh, grand final. So yeah, let's take a break for now, and we'll see you after the break, everyone.
Deal with it. You can.
Alright, so we're back. Sin is currently dealing with something, so yeah, I'm gonna talk for now, but basically this will be moving on the finals. It's gonna be the final to see who will be the winner of the championship tournament or championship battle, and this is going to be between Team Write Your Story and Team Sky, which is the Koa team. So yeah, that is that. And both teams actually were 3-0 in Swiss stage, so it's just perfectly fitting for them to just fight off each other, seeing that they both had a perfect run coming in here. So for our regular story, we have Ganaf, Izuna Haha, Happy, Han Yue, Moru, 杂货商绝活, and Shenfu here. And for Sky, we have 银蝶片飞如落雪, 温暖雪, 恋与第五人格, 浮雪, 是一般全女, and 70F HKXB, which is Bunny from my tournament, and also we have Panda from my tournament hunting, or rather as a survivor here too. So yeah, there's quite some people that we know here. And back to what I was saying, 3-0, since they're 3-0, it's just gonna be amazing to see, haha. So currently where we're at is Write Your Story and Sky. They both have not dropped a single match, but Sky actually, if I remember correctly, did have a smoother run towards here. As Write Your Story were in danger, where they were in a situation that the hunter must get 4 men in order to advance, which did end up happening. So in theory, Sky may have the upper hand, or like seen as a topper dogs, just because they had a smoother run towards the finals, and also because they are coming back from the Koa, meaning that Write Your Story would definitely have to like pick up their crumbs and all. So like we're still waiting for the match to begin, as I don't know what's going on, and I do not understand Vietnamese, whoever is in the chat. I do not understand Vietnamese, and I will never understand Vietnamese, haha. So anyways, moving in, Mac gonna get banned straight away, and the global bans being selected here would be the final picks. Global bans. The AC was blowing at the back of my head, and it's making me cough so bad. So we do have Puppeteer and for Sky Novelist. Oh, they're trying to prevent a potential Ghostman or Hula Baloo, but I've already said that just now. There is a chance that an excitement there's an excitement Ghostman that will get selected to target the Novelist. But I can literally see that Team Sky are going full on anti-Ghostman here. So we do see the Seer being selected last, seeing that 在后上绝活 did not ban it. Pedro Pro did not ban it, so... Seer... Like Seer... Yeah, this does look pretty solid. The breaking point I see is excitement. Is the excitement, the breaking point I see is the excitement though. Like excitement, Goldman and chase after the novelist. Like I've seen that on Q before. Yeah, Sin is currently busy with something. She'll come back maybe later. I don't know. But oh, Seer has Flyer Effect, Gravekeeper Rescuing, and 2 Restraining Persona. So let's see what would Pedro Pro pick. Oh, it goes for the Hula Baloo instead though, not the Goldman. But Hula Baloo is also not good against this. Goldman, maybe Goldman would have been better to go full on against an excitement like novelist. Like excitement Goldman chase a novelist better than this. So yeah, actually moving on, we do see that, yeah, I'm a bit more quiet when I'm on my own, but we do see that Hula Baloo is spawning next to the Puppeteer, or rather below the Puppeteer.
Alright, my apologies if my mic sounds a bit off,
You're
but...
good.
Yeah,
You're good.
okay.
Everything's fine on your end, right?
Yep. Since I wasn't here to witness the band picks and the map selections directly, could you...
I'll tell you first.
For the early game? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also missed a bit because of checking to see if everything's okay. But I can tell you that the Hula Baloo has been selected against a team comp of Seer that's not in gold bands. And there's also Puppeteer, Gravekeeper, and the last one is Novelist. So I was about to say that I felt that Goldman could have been better, Excitement Goldman, but because Hula Baloo might have a bit of an issue here. So now we're going to be heading into the game straight away, and we do see, uses the first double surprise, gets a hit on the Seer, misses the second one, so the Seer is able to kite for a bit here, and Seer is probably the best target, seeing that no matter who he chases, there would have been an out anyways.
Yeah, regardless of who gets chased, there will be an owl, but the thing about now is that at least the Seer gets the opportunity to get another owl here, but he does take his first hit really early and takes another black mark almost instantly. This is a good pace for the Seer.
Yup, so Kieran D, hold on, Seer just mind gaming here. And this is actually not looking too good for the Seer because he has to choose where he uses his owl carefully. Because, this is actually a very good timing for the Seer, barely able to use the owl to like evade the first hit, but unfortunately he was so stuck between the pallet and ended up going down. I feel like it would have been better if he, like the moment he used the out to block that first damage, he should have instantly vaulted over because then like Hula Baloo would not have enough time to use the Encore to rotate the Pyrotechnist mark onto them instead. So now the Novice will be coming into play, and Novelist having the help of his ability is very likely to pull off the rescue without any double down, which is going to happen. And uses metaphor here, but seems that Hula Baloo wants to change target on this Novelist instead to force the survivor to come over, because the Seer was actually still in the vicinity. Like, I wasn't so sure what was the Seer doing over there. I think the Seer ended up running in the tram earlier, maybe. As now Seer does have another owl, but the owl will only last for a bit of time, and I think like being too greedy here might not work out in their favor.
Yeah, the greed with that owl here isn't really working in that favor, now resulting in a double down with the Novelist down simultaneously with the Seer on his second rescue. We're only at the 2-minute mark, but still, it's really fast for all of this to happen. The last two ciphers don't have any progress at all.
Yeah, like being too greedy over there definitely commenting it was a double down and all, and now once it gets the hit on this puppeteer is able to, so now this puppeteer would be in danger for the second kite. So unless the Seer is able to make the kite of the life here, this might be a bit of a bad situation, but we do see there was a bit of like some missed trapeze over there, but let's see what this get the hit. Oh, beautiful palace stun by the Seer. Yep, able to just prolong this kite and drag the time that they desperately need, because I think the survivors were behind on ciphers, and he now actually already has the owl, which is able to prolong even more time.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Even though the owl wasn't able to prolong him for like so much time, that was still able to nullify a hit and force out like a few more seconds before he died here. And now our last two ciphers are at 60 and 50 respectively. So that's already less than like one whole cipher missing.
Yep. So. Alright, now let's see. Puppeteer getting chased, but fortunately the tram is going to come into play. We should all respect the tram, but we should always respect the tram. So now knowing that he cannot go outside, he'll have to chase after the Novelist instead. and fortunately, fortunately for the Hunter, the Novelist cipher is the one that's like lower in progress, and it's in 2-story, meaning it's easy to camp. So now the survivors will have to scatter to try and find another cipher that they can decode instead of this.
Yeah, alright, now that he's able to like control the cipher relatively easily, we're seeing that instead of trying to force that cipher, they've opted to start a new one, but the location of the new cipher is relatively weak. If they get caught out there, it's gonna be difficult for them. So yeah, they're still gonna try to pressure that cipher, but with the wonderful use of trapeze, he's able to catch the Gravekeeper off of this thing. Gravekeeper off of the cipher here, able to knock out a shovel, but still.
Oh, he needs the dry ice, but he just doesn't have the right angle for it. Like, that's some pretty nice dodging skills from the Gravekeeper's part, and I think here. But like the thing is that this is still more on the Hunter's game, just because Novelist does not have borrowed time. So even if the Gravekeeper comes in to rescue, it's still hard to save it. So I think it might be better for the survivors to pop straight away and sacrifice the Novelist, because like if the Gravekeeper is coming in to rescue over here, I do see an issue with the Novelist down with no borrowed time, which is exactly what happened.
And now the Gravekeeper is just a little bit too close for comfort here, and will probably be the next target. The Hula Baloo does have tension, so this might end up terribly. Although he doesn't go for the Gravekeeper on the gate, and instead goes for the Puppeteer, which may buy that Gravekeeper just a little bit more time.
Yep, hold on. Puppeteer going to make a run for it though. 98, 99, can he get out in time? Knock it backwards, can he not? Puppeteer, good angle, opens the dungeon, is able to get the time barely. That's actually a very nice movement there, dodging behind that barrel and making sure he did not getting hit ensure the escape, as it was so close from a Freeman elimination, Sin.
Yeah, fabulous use of movement here and able to get that well-deserved dungeon after such a nice and like clean move and able to narrowly dodge. Like just barely able to dodge the white mark, and so they take that tie here, which sets a good pace for them.
Yeah, Sin, is everything okay, good at your end?
Yeah, all good.
Alright, yeah, so with that, this tie, like, it's definitely crucial seeing that how bad of a position they were when they ended up going down, and also like during the 2-2. No, like I mean like Novelist's endgame part as the puppeteer almost got busted. But yeah, like the puppeteer definitely made some very crucial plays endgame that allowed, and also dodging by the barrel and all. But it was just so dangerous when the seer ended up like getting doubled down when he was too greedy, and also like their attempt to rescue the Novelist with no borrowed time, because I could have seen that backfiring on them.
Yeah, that kind of backfired relatively heavy on them if the the Hullabaloo decided to go after the Gravekeeper on the gate instead of the puppeteer with the warp there.
Yeah, so actually, like considering like how bad the start was, salvaging a tie for Team Sky definitely is like good news for Team Sky. So now Sky's Hunter will be coming up next, and one thing that I recall is that Sky's Hunter was and has always been a force to be reckoned with. So I am excited to see what would we expect from Team Sky's Hunter, which from my recall does play Hullabaloo and Goatman too.
Yeah, in round one, we're gonna see a lot of potential for what hunters are gonna bring out. Although still the favorite round one hunter is still gonna be Goatman. So we're gonna see again Magician and Puppeteer, the ever so famous anti-Goatman picks here.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, but if it's anti-Goatman, there's also a chance that they can put Hullabaloo or other hunters like a hunter that starts with oh my god, I just realized this.
No.
Whatever. Not like, was anyone even in the chat to see that? Yeah, no
Not
one.
sure.
Yeah, no one even seen. Oops, no one seen that. Yeah. Well, the thing is that there's just too many streams ongoing, you know, like ours, and also like X, and also like I think IVA is also ongoing at this specific moment too. So yeah, I apologize again. I knew I would forget something. Anyways, moving on here, we do have the knights being selected, so yeah, like knight, psychologist, puppeteer, and magician. This is decent enough if they want to do with a Goatman, but I was about to say, what happens if they're like they chooses a hunter that's called Breaking Wheel, but that's not the case. Sky's Hunter will be going for the Goatman, which in theory, Goatman is hard against this team comp, but if it's very skilled, then this would not matter in the end.
Sorry, I'm dealing with the...
Yeah, it's okay, take your time. Yeah, so Magician, Puppeteer, Psychologist, and Knight. As I said... as I said, I feel like this is very good against Goatman. For Goatman, if he wants to chase, I feel like Puppeteer would be the best option, just because you can wait for the Puppeteer to turn into Little Lewis, and then like force them to expend their health themselves. So now the Puppeteer have, let's see, they do have 2 tide turners so they can rescue if things gone wrong. But yeah, the puppeteer spawned below the 2-story, which is one of the weaker kiting areas. So they definitely have to be a bit more careful on their end.
Yeah, they do have to be a bit careful with this kind of spawn set. The probable target, the more probable target here would be the psychologist rather than the puppeteer, because the the psychologist is in a worse kiting area compared to the puppeteer here, even though they're both tanky. So
yeah, anyways, I'm your caster, Invisible Joan. Joined by me is Sin, and we're going to be going into Write Your Story Survivor for the Team Skies Hunter very soon. So yeah, moving into, we can see that the Goatman will be approaching the Puppeteer first, because as I said, I feel like the Puppeteer is the best chase. And going to use the Hunter's Instinct to get closer, and ooh, that was very close. I feel like one wrong movement there, and that could have been a terror shot. But now he's going to be charging after the Magician, because the Magician was a bit too unaware and safely decoding the Espada, and now he's sort of trapped in a bad area. And does end up taking the first hit outside the cage, and seeing how high Magician is, or how high the Goatman is in resentment, whoever takes the first kite next, which is going to be the Knight, has to be very aware, because there is going to be an Excitement Goatman to just deal with the Knight. So not only does Excitement Goatman work against the Novelist, but also the Knight here, Sin. Oh my! Like, just look at this, with like one back step and down, and the Knight was down like within 10 seconds of his first kite. The Excitement negated the first tactical foresight, and then like using another K to get him down before the second tactical foresight is ready. That's just some very nice plays over there. Like, I don't think the Knight would have expecting this, and now the Magician being trapped that far, he has to come in fast.
yeah, definitely. If he wants to be able to get this rescue before half, he actually will be able to get that and like, take an out of cage hit. So that's good for them. But still, that stalled out a lot of time for the rescue, and we're seeing the Knight be chased here. Tactical Foresight is being activated while he breaks the cage. That buys him a lot of time, but the resentment level isn't high enough for another cage after this. So if he plays this, unfortunately, no.
Yeah. I mean, the Knights did last for a bit, but they're still behind, because considering how fast the Knight went down, the Cypher are beyond enough, and we can see that the Hunter is looking to chair the Knight next to Dakota Cypher to opt for field control. And currently things are not looking good for the survivors at all, because of the Knight going down too fast here. And Excitement will also be ready to negate the next tactical foresight. So this time, it's going to be the Puppeteer who does have borrowed time, and we can see that Skies Hunter is not going to like send the resentment level in. But Excitement to just break through the tactical foresight. Like, how? Honestly, I think this is something that we should definitely learn, is that against the Goldman, you definitely do not want to rely too much on stuns, because Excitement Goldman can also give the survivors a bit of a hard time. But fortunately for them, there are 3 ciphers remaining, but all 3 of them do have like decent progress, or at least 2 of them have, so the ciphers are not that behind, but whoever gets found next must manage to kite for a reasonable amount of time. But let's see, passes through the cage, no one was there. So now, yeah, just gonna be a bit back and forth, but now the Magician gets spotted. The Magician will have to make a kite for it, And nice illusion running backwards just to stall for more time. But my goodness! I just realized the entire area was a dark cage, but magician barely find areas to go for it. Just go a terror shock over there. Oh my goodness, Sin.
Amazing terror shock. Oh my. This pace will set now. This actually will set an amazing pace for them. Even though there's one cipher remaining, it's still at 80%, and it's right next to the chair. So the Goatman can pressure this relatively easily with a cage here. Can knock the puppeteer off the cipher, and perfectly actually knocks off the cage from the psychologist. So
Yeah,
but unfortunately, he's not able to prevent the rescue. So instead, he's just gonna focus on the cipher here.
I think he wants to find opportunity to potentially abnormal it, but yeah, like considering that puppeteer has no borrowed time, but yeah, psychologist is now here, so actually this is already decent enough for the survivors because psychologist has borrowed time, so she'll be safe no matter what, and the hunter right now is just wasting time here and giving them enough time to like get close towards the gate, so yeah, like I think. Here now, the hunter is the one in disadvantage. Now that they've already sent in the survivor, like the psychologist, to get in, as now they're gonna pop the gate. But if the psychologist does go down too fast, then the hunter can potentially teleport to the other side. But the psychologist end up breaking the cage because the Goatman hesitated too much, and now gonna go after the magician, who is gonna go down instantly. So this is not going to be a tie just yet because psychologist needs time to get close towards the gate. And the puppeteer is also somewhere in danger.
Yeah, the puppeteer being so close to the Goatman right now is in a little bit of danger, but if we're paying attention, the dungeon is right there, just barely outside of the cage range. Plus, but he's kiting towards the chair, and
that was a beautiful rescue because this puppeteer could have tanked one more hit just now. So did they abuse this? And this did allow the magician to get away, but the magician, magician still has one more illusion. So let's see, can the magician make it towards the other side? Because puppeteer still has self-heal. And that gate is very high in progress. So if the magician does last for like a reasonable amount of time, then the puppeteer can self-heal because now Sky's Hunter is being a bit too hasty, missing 2 cages in a row. So this means that the puppeteer is about to self-heal, and considering that the dungeon is also right close by, the Goatman will have to be very careful as he still has one more illusion to work with.
Mm-hmm.
Wants to charge towards the gate, but he has no more resentment level, so I think this will be another tie sin for the first round.
Yeah, honestly, having the first round be like 2 ties, it sets a decent pace for them on the next few rounds, although that does increase the pressure just a little bit here. So
yeah, hold on, can you talk for a bit as I wanna grab some water? I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. So we're gonna see the match data here. We're seeing the magician actually kited for a lot of time. That is 106 seconds, and that bought a majority of the time they needed for their cipher progress. And it's just the main key here was being able to cipher rush. Goatman doesn't have a particularly strong capability to pressure ciphers unless they're right next to him. But even then, almost every single hunter can camp a cipher if it's right next to them, so it's not something he excels at like others, and that's mainly what got him here. Not being able to get these downs fast enough, not being kited out for like a decent amount of his cages and stuff like that is what really cost him that third kill.
Yeah, and another thing we note that is at endgame, some of the cages from Sky's Hunter were a bit too hasty, missing 2 cages in a row, like not surrounding the survivors in, was also pretty fatal. If he'd gotten the magician or the puppeteer down faster with a more accurate cage, it would have been a Freeman elimination right there. But unfortunately, him missing the cages and expending up all his resentment level definitely like blew that away, because the thing with Goatman is that after his nerf his resentment level at full presence would not be as high as before. That means that his room of error would also be much lower too, Sin. Yeah, give me a minute, I'll be back very soon.
Okay.
So yeah, like honestly, like a tie at the first round, this is just showcasing everyone. This is just showcasing everyone of what we would be expecting of this grand finals because of like both teams want to win so bad, and even if Sky being a Koa team at all, Right Your Story definitely is also holding their stuff up. So yeah, like as I said, I'm liking the fact that this ends in a tie the first round, because it would be a little, like from a viewer's perspective, it would be a little bit of a bummer if such an anticipated finals end up being like a 3-0 or something like that, which did unfortunately happen in Koa. As finals definitely should be exciting, and here like Sky clutching that tie and also subsequently Write Your Story evading enough cages for the tie, it's definitely very exciting.
All right, we're getting into the band picks first. Again, yeah, typical bands here. We're seeing Goatman and Seer, the first band, but I think what we particularly want to note is the Red Church map. So the Antiquarian pick does synergize well. Yeah, the Antiquarian Fire Investigator pick does synergize well with the map itself. Let's just see how they're gonna choose the rest of their survivors, because if Fire Investigator gets cut out, yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, if Fire Investigator gets caught using all of his fire airbags way too early, they might have a little bit of a problem. So,
Yeah, so I mean, I remember 杂货商绝活, like Peddler Pro here. Do you remember what Peddler Pro has? Surprise, surprise, Peddler.
Peddler!
And anyways, Gardener would be the next one being selected. So currently this team comp looks decent enough for both the Opera Singer and the Ivy. But one thing I know is that, and we established, is that in this meta, I don't think it's like the top four anymore. Like, it's not just the top 4. It's depending on how well you play. Like how, because earlier in Koa or no, at IVL we saw Wu Chang's and also Scalatea's getting 4-man eliminations. So it's really like, in this meta, the good thing is that if you're trying to counter the top 4 hunters too bad, you might get surprised with some other hunters that they have a high proficiency with.
Absolutely. Nowadays, like because of the meta changing so much and all of the rebalances being put out that makes other hunters and other survivors more viable. Nowadays, all you need is a decently viable hunter and the proficiency to actually pull them off.
Yep, so with that being said, we do have the full team comp here, which does look like a pretty solid team comp. I feel like if, regardless of who like out of Ivy or Opera Singer, this team also fares off decently with. So let's see, would Peddler Pro still pick one of the two, or would they surprise us with something else? Still opts for Opera Singer, which I do feel like it's like 50-50 for both sides. But Sky, this pick is definitely well prepared against Opera Singer. And
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead, Finn.
Yeah, against like I honestly would have thought that an Ivy pick would have been better for the hunter here, because the presence of the gardener alone wouldn't be a problem for an Ivy, and an Ivy honestly wouldn't really bat an eye at a gardener here, but an Opera Singer might have trouble with her.
Yeah, so we will be seeing spawn selections. Foreign Investigator spawning at the center, I reckon, to like use his airbags to help gain
Mm-hmm.
help their teammates gain distance or whatever. Maybe so. Gardner may be taking the first kite, and Gardner was already decent against the opera singer before opera singer even got nerfed, and now Gardner may also kite pretty decently against the opera singer at all.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because I feel like Gardner is the only one that's likely taking the first kite, because it's not worth it the time to go towards the fire investigator or
Yeah.
the antiquarian, which are at the other sides of the map.
Yeah, the others are like fire investigator and antiquarian simply aren't viable, and like I don't think any hunter in their right mind would go after the rescuer first unless their hunter pick is a concrete counter against the rescuer pick. So we're definitely gonna see a hard chase against like the gardener here, because. You know the thing with the gardener about her first 30-second bubble. That's gonna buy her a lot of time to begin with. That'll already be at least like 20% of a cipher like free just because of that simple bubble. And if she can play off her next bubble properly, and if she can transition into the church with the fire investigators help well enough, this could turn into a really long kite.
Oh yeah, this could definitely turn into a very long kite. So, anyways, with that, I'm your caster Invisible Joan. Join by me is Sin, and we will be heading in towards the games now, as we will be seeing that opera singer is going to be dashing towards the gardener, who has already rotated out in advance and heading towards the back gate, where there are like no ciphers there, no ciphers nearby, and no survivors, like no teammates decoding over there, just to stall for time or like ensuring that they do not disrupt. So let's see how long before the gardener takes the first cap. A beautiful slam from the gardener, winning that pallet mind game and just able to buy herself time to transition out. So even if like she got hit there, it would have been fine. But winning that pallet mind game definitely bought more time and make sure the opera singer does not have first presence, like not giving the opera singer presence just yet.
Yeah. All right. Now we're like, yeah, as I said before, we're seeing like a lot of cipher progress be done before the first hit can even happen here. And this okay, yeah. Thankfully, the gardener isn't playing this like recklessly, and then didn't let herself get terror shocked here with another bubble to work with. That gives her enough,
Oh,
like not enough to. Oh, unfortunately, the bubble times out and she terror shocks.
yeah, but considering that this is a two cipher kite, so it's not too bad, and I think it's like acceptable for both sides. So let's see how this play off, because I feel like both sides also have chances right now, and the mercenary will be coming in, but it will be pretty hard for the opera singer to try and cut off the mercenary. But it seems that here he wants to maybe pressure the antiquarian a bit, but nope, still gonna go back, and the mercenary is already in the vicinity, so yep, mercenary gonna just wait for a bit, stall for more time, want to give their teammates more decoding time, but gonna take the hit and pull off the rescue, and it will be hard for the Gardener rebound cut, but hold on, wants to get a double down, but beautiful elbow pad, making sure that he does not get double down, and now it's
Mm-hmm.
up to the Gardener, who is very hard to take do a rebound kite.
Yeah, since she can't do like the gardener herself knows that she won't be able to do a proper rebound kite here because of her lack of like actual utility. Because the thing with gardener is she's weak on rebound kites because she doesn't have the distance to make a bubble. So she's just
Oh,
gone to a corner instead and waited for the antiquarian here. Good bait from that opera singer.
yeah, Antiquarian is chasing after the opera singer, desperate to try and get stunned, but you're not faster than the hunter if without any skills.
Mhm.
So currently, like it's 3.5 ciphers, which is still like acceptable on both ends. But let's see how would this play off as the Antiquarian would get harassed over here, and I think maybe the Antiquarian could possibly try and protect the Gardener after the rescue. I do not know, and it does seem to be the case, but if that's the case, the Antiquarian does not want to go down, but Opera Singer knows that's what happened, so that's why it's gonna blink through it, not going to give the survivors any chance of trying any like
Mhm.
naughty tricks. So with that, we're talking about three ciphers that remain, and already sent back to the manor. mercenary that is in half health is nearby, so this have a very high potential. Like the Pedro Pro here has a very high potential of doing something.
Yeah, absolutely. With 3 ciphers still remaining and the Gardener already out, as well as 2 survivors injured, there's a lot of potential for this to go wrong.
Ooh!
Another cipher. Ooh.
That scared me, Sin.
That was really scary. Thankfully, if that was any other survivor, that would have ended up in a terror shock. But yeah, Mercenary does have that trait that lets him vault slightly faster.
Yeah, anyways, but because the thing is, if the Mercenary did last for a very good amount of time, not taking any hits while lasting a decent amount of time, he did manage to bought back a lot of cipher progress though. And Pedro Pro here gonna Shadow dancing back as he wants to like potentially catch the Mercenary red-handed, but Mercenary in reality was pretty far away, so this is not good for Pedro Pro as he lost a chance. He had he lost the chance to have like a multiple elimination just now, as now the game goes on is leaning more and more towards the tie, because even if he teleports away to harass the ciphers, there's still another one that's 84% waiting for him. So now he can only play for a tie because all 3 survivors that's still in the game has borrowed time. But hold on, if the Fire Investigator busted here, this might be a different story, but fortunately the Fire Investigator did manage to use that airbag to launch away in the nick of time here. Gets the hit here, so let's see, can the Fire Investigator pull off before the Cyber's Prime, because 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, Terror Shock over here, but Cyber barely in the nick of time. Like, talk about a close call.
Now, the Operator are choosing to change targets here on the Fire Investigator, instead perhaps wanting to go for a double down here, but does she still know where the Mercenary is? No, so she's just gonna opt to chair the Fire Investigator instead.
Yeah, like, now would be a good test to see how good is the opera singer's game sense, because we can see the Mercenary hiding on the other side, but let's see Pedro Pro dashing. Barely missed out the Mercenary because the Mercenary was actually hiding at the corner. So Pedro Pro did not realize that, and now he's going to go after the Antiquarian, who is likely to make it out of the gate, so he's going to Shadow Dance back and sees a Mercenary though, so I don't think the Mercenary is going to pull off this rescue, Sin. But hold on, he did not see the Mercenary? The Mercenary's shadow was right there, and there was insolence, and now Antiquarian here prop tinnitus. Like, just now there was literally a clear shadow, but did not see it, but this time did manage to prevent, like, the Fire Investigator from launching off. So this is considered a win, because now he can actually chair the Fire Investigator outside the graveyard, and because the Mercenary is in the vicinity, this is not looking good for the survivors.
Definitely not, even though the dungeon is right behind him. Since the Hunter has detention, the Mercenary's trait of delayed hit won't really be of much help to him, although the Opera Singer does have to take care about the Fire Investigator being rescued because the Antiquarian is still in the match and hasn't left yet.
Yeah, but yeah, now like he still has 20 more seconds, because we can see that that Mercenary already make it towards dungeon. Let's see, can he make it before the Fire Investigator flies off? The Mercenary is already nearby though. Oh, it's the same spot again. I'm having a bit of deja vu, Sin. Magician won?
Unfortunately, falls for the same pitfall where they're not quite patient enough, and because of that illusion that bought Mercenary that slight window of time to actually get through that dungeon. Beautifully played from the survivors here, making sure that their tie does not turn into a 3-man.
Yeah, just now I'm just more confused that did he not see the Mercenary behind? Because if he saw the Mercenary behind, this would have been an entirely different story. Like, it would have been a 3-man elimination there. So it just seemed that it was unfortunate, because his game sense was on point, that he knows that what the survivors were trying, but him not being specific enough in like pinpointing the location, I would say like made him lost a potential chance right over there.
Definitely, if he had caught that Mercenary like sneaking around red carpet, that would have been so dangerous for the Mercenary, and that would have essentially secured a 3-man for the Opera Singer. But unfortunately, unable to see the Mercenary through the Mercenary through the fences somehow. that gives the mercenary the window of time to get far enough and the antiquarian to get close enough to threaten the rescue.
Yup. So with that being said, this will be another tie. So it seems that it's just like showcasing everyone how close these teams are, and even like just how close these teams are at all. And I'm excited to see what are we expecting because as I said, Sky being a co team at all and Regular Story is holding their own decently against them. So we're still only
Mm-hmm.
at the best of two second half, and neither team really can find an opening. So I'm excited to see like what would the end result be of this match.
Oh, absolutely. Both of these teams have great potential here. If you remember, Team Write Your Story is like Team Write Your Story and Team Sky have some of the highest potential here if we're basing it off of their track record. Because if I'm remembering correctly, Team Write Your Story has not taken a single loss up to now, and as you did mention, Sky is a Koa team. So let's get into band picks.
Yeah, so you're gonna get rid of straight away. Unless he does he ban Hula Baloo or maybe something else over here. Oh, opera singer chooses to prepare head on against chooses to like prepare head on against any potential Hula Baloo. So probably we may see Aeroplanus being selected just because Aeroplanus is very good against the Hula Baloo.
Mm-hmm.
And like Fire Investigator to like just those normal chargers. Like Fire Investigator, Meteorologist, Hula Baloo like the top three, but it seems that Regular Story will have a different approach, choosing the mech as Hula Baloo does not like the mechanic.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, that's a fair decision. Choosing mechanic now, especially because it's like the middle round, and this matchup, the previous half was a tie, so this half of the second round will determine the pace that they have to match for the third round. If they can get even a singular point in advantage here, that will make sure that that cuts the current pace, and that will make it so that Team Sky's Team Sky does have to put a little bit more pressure to actually catch up to that lead.
Yeah, so moving on, we do Psychologist and Acrobat, and this is like a more fragile, I'll say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you there. Without like a stable rescuer, I guess one defend that psychologist is decent at rescuing, but that depends on whether or not she's the first chase or not. After using her empathy, she's essentially she's essentially useless with having no proper utility. Like, the whistle can heal, but all that does is transfer HP, and if it's against the chip hunter, it doesn't do much for healing damage.
Yeah, so with that being said, yeah, so you can talk for a bit. I need to resolve something real quick.
Okay, that's fine. Now we're now we're getting to the hunter picks. Like, against this team comp, yeah, unfortunately, Opera Singer is already banned, but yeah, an anti-rescue hunter like Bon Bon is perfect against this team comp that has no stable rescuer. This was honestly an excellent pick from Team Sky here, because if they capitalize on this, they're essentially forcing their psychologists to go in and rescue, because Antiquarian needs to get close to actually stun the hunter, and the issue with that is the Bon Bon can simply surround himself with bombs, or put bombs in between him and the Antiquarian, and that essentially reduces our chance of a safe rescue. Acrobat will have trouble even getting near the chair with only the balls to work with. Of course, he can launch himself directly onto the chair, but still that leaves the same problem as it does with Antiquarian, where the bombs will chip him down too fast.
Yeah, yeah. So
All right,
yes, yes. Sorry, I
go ahead.
need a bit of time. Can you go ahead?
Okay, okay. So with this spawn point again, like I mentioned, just to remove their one chance at a viable rescuer, I do think if the Bonbon can get an early hit on the psychologist, he will try to do so. But if he can't, he'll switch targets immediately onto the mechanic. That's what I see being the best option here. Either that, or he full focuses on the mechanic so that she can't kite properly. But because it's on a diagonal line. She might have that split second of time to actually hide her bot, and that's all she needs to set the pace of actually decoding. Since both the acrobat and the psychologist have tied.
Okay, moving in, but for Bonbon, I honestly feel like Bonbon may have a bit of trouble with this team comp because, like, I don't know if you mentioned it just now as I was resolving something, but the mechanic bot, like mechanic being here and camping hunters hate mechanics, so this might be a bit of an issue. And considering
Yeah.
that, yeah, here in theory Bonbon wants a tie, but this might not even be a tie with the mechanic.
Yeah, but then the thing with that is if the mechanic bot goes down, it's essentially spells game over for this team comp. This team comp is so fragile that if they lose the mechanic, they won't be able to fend for themselves afterwards. Yeah, like I mentioned, the best option here would be to try to get an easy hit on the psychologist, but since he can't, he's going straight for the mechanic. The
Yeah,
bot is near. Will he spot it?
yeah. Oh, mechanic bot that did get spot here. Seems that this hiding spot was not the best hiding spot as he ended up getting busted, and the bot ended up going down. So now mechanic will also get location get revealed, and I guess this solves the problem of the mechanic entirely by having her getting first chase because the mechanic did not hide the bot well.
Mm-hmm. This is the problem with mechanic. If you don't know how to hide, if you don't know how to play hide and seek early game and don't know how to hide your bot properly, it's a dangerous
Oh,
game. And there it is, taking another chip hit to put her down at half health. Thunder is also a bot there to body block him just a little bit more, but look at presence. That interaction alone fed the hunter so much presence. All right, using warp to get the mechanic here, although that isn't enough to fully down her. She is only one chip away. With no more pallet here to work with, she goes down due to a detonation bomb.
well, honestly, considering that it was a mechanic and how fast her bot get found, she did last a near free ciphers, which is like decent enough, but this is a bonbon, so the question is if the survivors want to risk it. The safest choice is probably to have the psychologist come in to rescue as she is the tankiest, but or to not rescue entirely with. But the thing is that with how many bombs that have already been like added and detonation, if not rescuing, then the mechanic will be eliminated very fast, and then this will open up the room for Bonbon to go out and charge outside. Like honestly, I feel like the survivor should, regardless, have someone prop tinnitus rather than just allowing the Bonbon to like use the detonation on the mechanic.
Yeah, but even then, like without any without any more bots, sacrificing precious decoding time is gonna be their weak spot here. If psychologist goes down, they won't have any more rescuer after this. That's what I mentioned before. Psychologist is the only unit they have that can rescue, but now that she has no empathy left, she's gonna be going down next, and struggling will not rescuing will be their next obstacle to face.
Yeah, so here the Ganaf definitely did not want to go down too fast, considering that the other two are desperate to decode the ciphers. And here it seems that the hunter had enough and will be charging in towards the acrobat instead. So now the psychologist will be making towards the graveyard trying to decode, and now the pressure is on the acrobats to not go down fast as the ciphers are a bit behind right now, seeing the psychologist needs to decode a new cipher entirely.
Yeah, these are some beautiful bombs from the bonbon here. Even if they're not actually landing, they're able to put so much pressure on the acrobat that it's altering his route to the point that he's being forced to go into corners that are otherwise inconvenient against a different hunter. Here he might survive for a few more seconds, but either way this might spell doom for him if he can't land this ball properly. There you go.
Yeah, but the acrobat did end up lasting like a decent enough of time because the cipher at the
Mm-hmm.
graveyard has already been decoded by at least a half during that time. So because the antiquarian is still outside, so now the antiquarian can come in safe. So yeah, even with detonation, it will not exactly be enough. And because both the acrobat and the antiquarian has borrowed time, so the survivors are actually back in like a tieable position right now here, Sin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is still the side position. Amazing use of flywheel here, able to
Oh,
actually get use of swing to get rid of the bombs. Another
missed
one maybe,
again?
yeah. Another one, stopped rescue, but because of the cipher pop, because Antiquarian was carrying borrowed time, they managed to save that rescue just barely.
Yeah, it was actually pretty dangerous. I feel like the antiquarian should have just charged for the rescue and take the terror shot if she gets hit, rather than almost getting bombed down and then like the borrowed time getting cancelled by the attack. That was actually very dangerous. So now we see that both sides are rushing the gate and let's see. Is able to get through the firebomb, a very well placed firebomb from Izuna over here, blocking off the ability, and now does get bombed away. So let's see what's the plan. Going to warp straight towards the gate. So now the pressure's on the antiquarian to last like possibly for the acrobat to self heal. The thing is that the hunter
Mm-hmm.
cannot go back. If the hunter goes back without the antiquarian going down, the antiquarian will make it out through the gate. So the pressure is entirely on the acrobat, on her to like last, because if Bonbon goes back through the gate like right now, then the antiquarian will be able to make it out through the gate, and this would be another tie, Sin.
Yeah, it seems that Team Sky's Hunter really just wants to go for the tie. Doesn't want to play anything risky because if they force it onto the if they force that chase onto the Antiquarian, they know that the dungeon's not by broken. So of course it's gonna be by ruins, by gate ruins. So that would make it so the acrobat can actually get the dungeon and turn that into a three escape.
Yeah, honestly, like it was so dangerous when the mechanic got eliminated. Like the mechanic hiding her bot early game was got busted, was in a bit of a danger. But then she did manage to last near three ciphers. But the survivors made the choice to have no one to prop tinnitus or rescue, allowed the detonation to accelerate the decode the chair time much faster, which again put them in danger. But both the acrobat and the psychologist after getting found lasted a decent amount of time for the ciphers to be done and brought it back towards a tie. And honestly, if I'm saying, both sides did so well with the bombing, like the bonbon did a good job in chasing, and the survivors remaining all manages to like dodge a decent amount of bombs to making sure that they do not go down, was also very crucial and bought them just enough time for a tie. So this tie honestly is well deserved on both ends.
Yeah, absolutely amazingly played tie from both of these ends. That Bonbon was being able to spot out the mechanic bot so early and downing her was actually that key there. Once the Bonbon dismantled the survivor's key to actually winning, and then immediately went for their only reliable rescuer afterwards, that made it so difficult to actually pull off anything after that. And what at least what their saving grace was the antiquarian's gate progress already being so high that the Bonbon couldn't stick around and play picky and choosy with it.
Yeah, like honestly, I would just really want to give both sides, everyone in the game, a round of applause because I feel like just one earlier down and the entire game could have been entirely different. But yeah, like that's the end of what we get. And this Sin, talk about the intensity of finals. Literally, we are already on like it's all tied up, and no one can find an opening on the other end. Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither team can find the opening to take more than a tie here. Like, even one mistake is enough to draw the balance out, and that's gonna be exactly what it like. That one, that like mistake will be enough to spell the end for either of these teams as we run into the third round.
Yeah. And who knows then? Imagine if we hit overtime on this.
Please no. Please don't let it be another 4-4-4-10.
Yeah. Yeah, because if I literally have to work tomorrow. And I do not want to be stuck here till like 2 a.m. because I need to work. Anyways, moving in, we are going to be seeing the Seer getting banned with the Acrobat. That's interesting though. Acrobat normally does not get banned that early because like even if you ban the Acrobat, there are a lot of like similar replacements though. So I wonder what is the hunter aiming for here, as the later rounds Opera and Hula Baloo is also gonna get removed.
Uh, your microphone cut out for me?
Oh, is this working now?
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
All right, your turn.
Okay, yeah, so like you mentioned, Acrobat does have a lot of replacements. And speaking on Acrobat's replacements, we're probably going to see a meteorologist be in play here. Or, yeah, a fire investigator works as well, but just any of the characters that play a similar function because that is extremely useful here. We're gonna see the Embalmer band. They don't want a tie as much as possible. They want to reduce the amount of ties. They're either gonna take the seems like Team Sky either wants to take the advantage here or go home.
I mean, not necessarily go home just yet because now that
Oh
we're
yeah,
heading in the
yeah.
later rounds, it's just like third, fourth, or fifth round. So, for Team Write Your Story, we are seeing the Merc here just to line up because Merc is not in global bans just yet.
Yeah.
So, Merc, Court, Fire Investigator, we are missing one more, which probably they will have a Harasser maybe, but
Mm-hmm.
Antiquarian is gone though, so maybe we'll see something like Enchantress, Prospector, or maybe Archer, just to like, or Novelist, like a soft a soft harasser that also works, but this does open
Mm-hmm.
the gate for excitement for the Sky's Hunter. But like, if this is Hertian, he does indeed have the Shadow, but the Shadow does get countered pretty badly by Fire Investigator.
Yeah, definitely. The fire investigator's ability to launch him and his teammates out of an Ostracon range like really quickly using the fire bag will be the biggest obstacle here if the hunter chooses to go for an Ivy. So what we may end up seeing is another one that specifically counters this team comp. Remember how you mentioned if you're trying too hard to counter the big four, you'll face non-meta or uncommon picks.
Yeah, you might end
So
up getting surprised by an uncommon pick. So, yep, let's see. I am very curious to see because the Ivy may not be the best here. So, what next? As we're heading the later rounds, this is going to be a real testament to how good and how deep the character pool of these players are.
yeah, you already mentioned before, like in this kind of ban system, you really can't be slacking off with the hunter pool you have. If you don't have enough hunters to bring to the table, if you don't have enough hunters to bring to the table, you're not gonna have any hunters at all.
Hmm. So it's still going to be the Ivy, and honestly, I can already tell you that I know what is Ivy's persona because it literally is like free. It's literally in the name. Here, he does have like Hunt, and he also has like Max Berserker. So we are going to be seeing here though. There is two flywheel effects from the Fire Investigator and the Novelist. And let's see, because the Novelist will likely be taking the first kite because he gets countered by the Shadow. So let's see how well does the Novelist kite this one out.
Yeah, we'll see how like Again, as you mentioned, the novelist would be the best first choice for an Ivy here who directly counters novelist and a bunch of the other survivors that depend heavily on sightlines. So, at least being in the middle, the novelist has at least some space to transition between. It's not as bad as like large strides between areas. At least here he can loop a few pallets before transitioning to back into factory or going into shack.
Yep. So, with that being said, we're going to be heading into the game very soon. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan. Joined by me is Sin, and we'll bring you the match between Write Your Story Survivor versus Team Sky's Hunter straight away. All
All
right.
right, we're seeing the I. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
go for it. Never mind.
All right. We can see that Ivy's Yidra going heading straight towards the fire investigator. Probably just going to drop a leech off and slow down because he really wants to either find the coordinator or the novelist, which does seem to be the coordinator that's near the vicinity. But currently, only the Yidra is moving, but her main body isn't though. So this might be a like the first chase might be a relatively slow, but if able to sniff out the cord, so maybe it'll be better to chase straight away. But hold on, he only got after missing the scare, he also does not want to chase. It seems that he wants to commit towards the novelist. Oh, never mind. Still gonna go
No,
after the
no,
cord.
yeah.
But yeah, Cord has to be a bit careful because this is a bit of a pallet mind game, and if she gets hit here, this might be a huge disaster.
Yeah, if she gets hit way too early around here, this will end up being a huge disaster. But switching her either off of the coordinator and onto what I presume is probably going to be. I can't see it really clearly, but that's going to actually be the fire investigator. So at least she has pressure on one of the ciphers and another one of the survivors now, so the decoding progress is going to be rather slow.
Yeah, but then the coordinator is currently in no danger of getting going down, but isn't going to get pallet mine or red light trick over there. So now the cord is in danger, and we can see that the cord actually gets hit in 93 corruption level. I just now wanted to say that the cord can try and find an opportunity to look backwards purposely to eat the 100 corruption level to clear it, but instead now she's gonna go down over here, or yeah, gonna go down here, and it's only two ciphers that has been decoded. And even though the first down was very slow because of like literally everyone running away early game, and also the fact that there were multiple disruptions, the ciphers are kind of slow since. So this Ivy has a chance.
Yeah, no, these ciphers are going by rather slowly, so they need to make sure that they, with four ciphers remaining and only two ciphers nearing completion, when coordinator is already on chair without a flare gun, the mercenary could try to pull off an item swap, but it doesn't seem like he is. So she's gonna be have a bit of trouble.
Yeah, but fortunately for them, the mercenary able to barely escape there without, as it could have been a double down. But the coordinator is not likely to rebound kite because of like the full presence teleport being active here. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, free and this is currently free ciphers. They do have the fire investigator, but it would be hard for like the core to rebound kite. So this would be more leaning towards like a situation of a field controlling endgame, as as no one really have the ability to save to like protect the court unless the novelist comes in. But the novelist here wants to heal up the merc, and they're gonna get found, so this might be a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, this is it's like it's an issue for them with the other survivors being found while the rescue is like simply trying to happen here. It hasn't properly happened, but the from what it seems, the rescue is probably gonna go by
Watch
without
out!
at least. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to say novelist is dangerously high, but fortunately with Metaphor, it's able to do that. Oh, able to block the hit for the court, allowing the court to last a bit longer though. So let's see, but there is the 100 corruption teleport, so it's unlikely for the coordinator to last, and that is the terror of a full presence Ivy, everyone. As now we're going to be approaching like the mid game, but currently though, is that the novelist is the only one in danger. Both the Merc and the Fire Investigator are still pretty healthy right now, so it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it's still anybody's game here with already a target on the fire investigator, but the fire investigator can get a bit of distance, and this is what's most annoying for the Ivy against this fire investigator here. He can just shoot himself out of the Ostracon range or shoot himself away from the cipher so that the Ostracon won't interrupt too much decoding progress.
Yep, so Mercenary is gonna hit 100. But the thing is that with the Mercenary eating the 100 corruption, the remaining survivors can like be a bit more relaxed knowing that they don't have the risk of dying fast, but they took this opportunity to heal. And I honestly feel like it would have been better if they chose to just continue to decode just now, as then the cipher would have been higher up in progress. But hold on, let's see Blink here. Goes for the Blink, is able to take the hit though. So then Mercenary will be going down, and because the survivor opted to heal rather than decode, the ciphers are in a complete standstill. So this is actually in Ivy's game now, Sin.
Yeah, since like again, this is what we mentioned. This is Ivy's specialty. Her specialty is drawing out time. If you don't know how to handle your ciphers, if you don't know how to handle the Ostracons, you're gonna have a lot of trouble with this.
Yeah, and the thing is that Mercenary does not even have any elbow pads remaining, so there is near no chance for the Mercenary to do a rebound kite, and they're still missing like a total of one whole cipher remaining. So here, Ivy wants to get the camp, but hold on, getting dangerous. Is able to get the hit on the Merc and potentially on the Novelist as well too. Flywheel,
Yeah, she's probably gonna be able to get there. No, unfortunately, Flywheel misses here, and she is able to get another hit. So that means she's lost. It seems as though she's lost Merc, so she's probably just gonna go for the double down here to waste Merc's time.
No, he knew where the Merc went. He knew where they knew where the Merc went. They just did not want to go all the way to pick up and just chair the novice to force the fire investigator to come, because with the mercenary down, the fire investigator will sort of be forced to come right now, and they're still missing half a cipher, but that half a cipher would be very hard to decode at this point.
Yeah, like half a cipher against an Ivy, that's a tall order. Like, she already, if we're looking at it, she already has one Ostracon on one of the ciphers. They'll probably have to start a brand new one, but with both the novelist and the fire investigator here simply dealing with the aftermath of having to rescue, fire investigator isn't anywhere close to a cipher to decode.
Yep, so with that being said though, let's see, novelist, yeah, not able to kite this one out, and Sin, this is just the power of Ivy, like literally, the cipher is a complete standstill right now, and but seems like here he opted to choose to teleport away rather than picking up the novelist, or rather, he was just there trying to threaten someone, because, like, honestly, at this point with novelist being the second chair soon and the ciphers falling behind like that, he doesn't really have to go for field control. All he has to do is to just drop a leech on the cipher and only harass if the survivors are trying to rush it. But if the survivors first are still rushing it, then he sort of has to go back to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, there it is. We're seeing the fire investigators try to decode a cipher, but that with all of them injured, they're gonna have to gather up and heal. Otherwise, if one of them goes down, that's gonna be a recipe for disaster afterwards.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, is that Ivy already has her like max presence, like her 40 corruption teleport back though. So now he's gonna try and find a novice, but the novice is actually downstairs, and actually turns back the last moment. Little did he know he was like a few steps away from finding the novelist, and if he got the novelist over there, this would have already been a 4-man, and instead, him not knowing where the novice went is forced to go after the fire investigator instead. And yes, you are getting chaired, but this also opens the gate for the survivors to decode other ciphers now.
Yeah, opening up the gates to like transfer cipher progress onto another one and essentially splitting the Yudra's utility among two ciphers so that she can properly count both of them is like gonna be the hardest task for her here. Leaving the chair, yeah, she's opting to leave the chair. I think that's the better option just to completely prevent in that flywheel.
Yeah, because the novelist did not have any metaphors. So, with that. Oh, actually, here he's going to leave the leech and teleport away, maybe to try and get a hit. But if he misses, he should just leech and go back. He should just leech and go back because novelist is dead on chair, so there's really no reason to just leave the novelist. Instead, seeing the ciphers are in no danger of being popped. But it seems like he opts for more of a field control. But as I said, the novelist is dead on chair. Like literally, he could just chair and then he would guarantee a 3 or 4 man, which is exactly what he decided to do. So now we're approaching a 2-man cipher control situation, which will be pretty hard for the survivors to even get a 1-man out of.
Mm. Yeah, we've all seen the outcomes of these two-man cipher situations up against a hunter that can be both everywhere and nowhere all at once. It's so it's so difficult for them to like properly decode either of the ciphers. Look at them. It's 70, it's 80 and 80, and yet neither of them are going up.
Yeah, that's the thing with Ivy. Like, Legend Ivy now has all the time in the world because if anyone tries to do something, you can always just teleport that. And with that, the mercenary, who has no self heal, I remind y'all, is gonna get hit. So now it's only a matter of time before this 4-man will be in play. Seeing that the fire investigator is also in half health and can't be teleported onto soon. As yeah, like now he's gonna get found, teleport, and unless the fire investigator can kite long enough for the mercenary to bleed out, otherwise I can see that this is going to be a 4-man elimination.
Yeah, honestly, trying to kite out until someone bleeds out is a tall order, and they know that. So Team Write Your Story server is just gonna choose to surrender here instead.
So yeah, with that, congratulations to Team Sky for breaking opening after 4 time games in a row, managing to get a 4-man elimination onto Team Write Your Story, and now this gives pressure on Write Your Story because they have to do the same, or else they're going to be losing round 3. And honestly, for this game, it was just a very well showcasing of how well they play, and honestly, it was just that the rotation early games were a bit off that resulted in, even if the court lasted a long time, the ciphers were kind of slow. And that's the thing of Ivy, you do not want your first down to be too quick, or else you're going to be facing in a massive danger just like that.
Yeah, there it is. If you can't control your cipher progress properly against an Ivy, or if you can't keep enough survivors alive to actually decode, you're just gonna end up with that kind of situation.
Oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, like definitely we can see that for Team Write Your Story, their rotations were not the best. That gave Sky the opening, and just the ability to snowball like that, because the ciphers are beyond enough. So now the pressure is back on Write Your Story's Hunter because they will want to do the same. And the difference is that they already used up 2 of their main 4 hunters, as Opera Singer and Hula Baloo has already been used, and it's unlikely that Goldman would get released next round. So the options that Write Your Story has are much limited comparing to Sky. Because Sky using a bonbon the second game means that if this guarantees there will always be one like one top 4 hunter being playable in this round. But unfortunately for them, Write Your Story does not have the same luxury.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is gonna be it's gonna be interesting to see which hunter team write your stories hunter will choose, because if they don't choose something that if they choose someone that's on meta now, they're gonna mess up their chances for the following few rounds. And if they choose someone that's off meta, they run the risk of being countered by some obscure trait, because there's a reason why the hunters in meta are in meta,
Yeah,
and
but
it's because they're yeah.
maybe the hunter will have to like consider to tap into other resources, because I think we've already established by now is that the meta hunters are no longer, or the top 4 hunters are no longer characters that you can just select without looking at the team comp, because we've already seen by now that as long as the team comp is right, the so-called strong hunters can also get busted. So we are going to be heading into the survivors ban, and I reckon we will see, because Seer's not in global ban, so Seer and probably psychologist. Maybe we're looking for a potential like hermit or dream witch, because they do not like the psychologist at all.
Yeah, but then consider the fact that not many of the current meta hunters like psychologists. Yeah, they've seen this, and neither the Ivy nor the Goatman like psychologists. So they've probably based their other. If it's not just about the fact that it's the big four, it's also about the fact that psychologist does counter the other two of the big four.
Yup, so we are going to be heading in. Oh, barman prisoner. I think I think this might be a potential hermit player, just because that they got rid of the
Mm-hmm.
like got rid of the psychologist, and then barmaids get selected. And prisoner like is a very good decoder in general, having the ability to connect ciphers and like finish them very afar. Like we've seen it at the past of the prisoner being one of the strongest decoders in the game. So let's see how this play off. But so far, this team comp they're selecting is looking more on the fragile side.
Yeah, this is definitely a fragile team comp. If they can't choose a stable, if they can't choose a stable rescuer for their next pick, I will say that this team comp would not survive very long against. Let's no team right. Your story needs a win here, so like a tie hunter like disciple wouldn't work very well. So they might still struggle against the forward unless they were to bring excitement.
Yeah, excitement forward, and but then it must also be a character that has the ability to like transition, or else a forward does not exactly work the best.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, like if you choose a character that has no transition ability, it'll be impossible to chase a forward even if you use the excitement to negate the football. So yeah, we're waiting on the hunter's pick here, but this team comes looking pretty solid because they have the barmaid to patch up the fort if the fort makes an error. Prisoner as a fast decoding, acrobat just to round the team comp up. So yeah, this is looking a very solid team comp as long as the forward like doesn't become too aggressive or makes too much of an error. So now the question is, oh yeah, I remember Zahoshang Jill does indeed have a hermit, so that does explain the barmaid pick that has been selected. A Sky is definitely well prepared for this, so let's see, is the hermit prepared to deal with this counter team comp? And because they also have the prisoner that sort of like can work some way against the hermit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there it is. Like both the prisoner and the pharaoh lady are actually like decent counters against the hermit because of the fact that they're able to counter hermit's ability to decentralize cipher progress by connecting two ciphers and having the cipher progress be more focused on one of them. So we'll see. What depends on the spawn. The hermit might actually end up chasing the. Could also end up chasing the barmaid, although still might be the prisoner if he doesn't play the factory very well.
Well, possibly yeah, but the thing is that barmaid, if you're chasing a barmaid, she is very tanky because it's not too hard for her to regen 2 wines in mid kite. So maybe you should go after the prisoner and chase. The hermit will have to chase after her student, like his student instead, because the barmaid might prove to be too tanky, and we better to get rid of the fastest decoder in the team out first.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So let's see. That we do have 4 flywheel effects. The survivors seem to be well prepared against a potential hermit, as hermit does not like flywheel effects. So let's see how this play off, as they're definitely well prepared. So anyways, we're going to be heading into Sky Survivor. For the team Write Your Stories Hunter, with your casters Invisible Joan and Sin, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yep.
Alright, heading the game, Hermit's going to be connecting straight away just to doing Hermit stuff, slow down the decoding speed or whatever. And we'll be heading towards the Acrobat instead. And the Acrobat does already have a red charge on him. But currently the Acrobat is actually doing a very good job just like evading line of sight, as you do not want to do that. And hold on, the Peddler Pro seems to be lost here, as he did not know where the Acrobat went. So he's now going to be heading towards the forward, arguably the strongest kiting in this team comp with a lot of football to work with.
Although if he manages to force out the football here, like as soon as he gets line of sight, if he can either stun the forward after using the ball or stun him mid ball, that'll give him a free hit.
Yeah, manages to dodge the first miracle though, but it's holding, like trying to play, the red light trick, but Ford not having it, and currently Ford already lasting a decent amount of time, but is able to take the first hit. But the first hit has been tanked by every survivor, which is good news because this means that it's a 1.7 health, which would become into very crucial later on. Oh, blue charge. Let's see this time. Only opt for 2 survivors to tank this hit, as I thought they would opt for 3 survivors to tank instead of 2.
It still makes a little bit of sense because now if they have 2 survivors tank it again this time, because at least the other 2 still have their switch ability. If they have 2 survivors tank it this time, the barmaid can heal off. Perhaps they want the prisoner to take as least damage as possible in case he ends up kiting.
Yeah, but he did end up failing the flywheel effect though, so that's unfortunate. Forward continue to get chased. This time disconnects, and fortunately for them, this is not the barmaid inside the shack, or this would have been a bit of a disaster. Barmaid self-healing herself back up, as that's the thing of barmaid against a hermit. Acrobat is actually going to get swap chase here, but let's see. Not able to dodge like the teleport over there, so is able to take the hit, and now both the Acrobat and forward are in danger, so the forward will have to quickly find someone to heal himself back up, or else this might be a problem, seeing he's the only one with time. Oh!
Oh! Amazing use of the mini teleport here, and we're gonna see him go down. And cipher progress is relatively decent, with 3 ciphers being done and the other 2 being somewhat high in progress. And this is the threat of not being able to find your prisoner early enough in the game. You're giving out free decoding.
Yeah, and also the fact that it took him way too long to get the down at all. Seeing that he only got the down like 2.5 minutes. So, let's see Ford come in, Ty Turner, and the ciphers are going to be enough. It seems to be, because like that's the thing with Hermit. We established this Hermit being a high risk, high reward character, and every time it being selected means either like a multiple escape or multiple elimination. And the ciphers are about to be primed, and I reckon they could have just pop it straight away, or else they might risk the prisoner going down. But it does seem like they want to wait for a bit. Maybe it's gonna pop now, and it's the barmaid in the vicinity, so the barmaid has to be careful, because if the barmaid goes down here, it will bring the prisoner down. But yeah, it seems like the prisoner is the one popping the back gate, and he's already down. But prisoner crawled far away, so it seems that Peddler Pro does not know where the prisoner went, so he's forced to go after the barmaid. But can he get the barmaid in time though? The thing is that maybe it would be better if they had the acrobat swap into the blue charge to body block that for a bit though. But because now actually goes for the fire, and down goes the fort. Like, things were a bit messy there. I did not exactly see what happened. So fort is going to be going down, and let's see, where is the barmaid. Barmaid is actually in a dangerous spot though, so barmaid might not be able to escape. But that's dependent on if the Peddler Pro can guess the direction.
Yeah, Barmaid is still in a little bit of danger, but unless Peddler Pro can pinpoint both of them, this won't be what they need, and they will be proceeding to the next round with this kind of point difference. So, is GameSense gonna lie to Peddler Pro now?
Yeah, but actually he's already been like wandering around, but still no tinnitus. So we can see that the barmaid is waiting dungeon, as he does not dare to dash towards the other gate. But warp would be up soon, and yeah, like, let's see, would Peddler Pro, like, will he end up warping to the other gate instead? But the second thing I'm concerned about is that it won't be long before like the crowds appear. Now he's actually going to be warping straight towards the prisoner, but that means that it's possible for the barmaid to escape, as the fort is about to be eliminated. So it's unfortunate for Hermit that he failed to realize in which direction the barmaid went, and this is going to be a free-man escape, Sin. So with that, he manages to win 8-1. Like, Sky wins the first round 8-1, so ideally for Write Your Story, they'll have to they have to try and win both round 4 and round 5, because it'll be very hard to reverse the 8-1 in one round. Oh, Sin? Okay, I was waiting for her, but seems like there's a bit of an issue there. And anyway, so yeah, I think the thing is that Hermit, we've established by now, is a pretty high risk, high rewarded character, and honestly, honestly, yeah, it was just unfortunate for the Hermit that he really took far too long to get the first down. So let's see here. I'm trying to think for Team Write Your Story. Wait, let me check on Sin also. Ah, well. I don't know what's going on at Sin's part. But for 8-1 score, write your story, will have it win both rounds for round 5. And for Sky, they could either choose to win the next round and end everything there, which I secretly hope because I secretly hope for someone who wants to rest. But for a viewer's perspective, if they want to see more, and for Write Your Story's perspective, then they'll have to hope for Write Your Story to like win the 4th round, like, and then the 5th round. Because the thing is that if you only tie round 4, you still need to return the 8-1 at round 5. So with that, it might be better to just take the win here. Like, it might be better to just take the win at round 4 straight away. Oh, this time I'm going to be removing the breaking wheel too, because wheel is also kind of strong in Chinatown. So let's see what other tricks does Peddler Pro have up their sleeve. Sin? Sin, anything okay? Everything okay at your end, or well, I'll wait. So yeah, now that we're at the Mech and Meteorologist, a pretty decent decoder, if I'll say, like, mechanic. But the things that mechanic is good against, like the top hunters. But if we're talking about traditional hunters, Nightwatch, Geisha, Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, he's kind of fragile. So that's one thing we should pay attention to. But Sky selecting the way they did here, they must be pretty confident, I would say. Wait. Oh, so we don't have the Merc. We'll probably have the last one being maybe like another character like Aeroplanus or Acrobat's still in play. That makes sense. If that's the case without breaking wheel, I am wondering what does the Peddler Pro here play, because Peddler is not good at this map, honestly. I think we know the fact that Peddler Pro, this might be Peddler Pro, but not good at this map. This map being a map with a lot of thick walls and all, Peddler may not be the best option here. So maybe we can see a Wax Artist or even Soul Weaver or Smiley Face. Like Soul Weaver.
Yeah, we're gonna probably see the Soul Weaver, as you mentioned. We might see the Soul Weaver. We might see the Soul Weaver show up, but she might face a problem with the running out of cobwebs too fast.
Yup, so with that being said though, let me see. Now, Dream Witch. Yeah, Dream Witch is also very good against the mechanic. And for Meteorologist, you can only really like push one leech back, but then like who knows? Like, you push one leech back, but then all of a sudden there will be another leech behind you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Dream Witch is decent, especially because, as I said just now, mechanic is also very, very fragile here.
Yeah, mechanic is fragile enough that she'll suffer against the Dream Witch if she gets hit way too early. So they're trying to figure out how best to protect the mechanic by having her choose the spawn points. Although having her spawn here seems a bit... I don't get the decision, but maybe so that the meteorologist can reach her faster.
Yeah, but here I think he can chase meteorologist.
Yeah, you could chase meteorologist as well. Chasing her isn't that bad, but like as you remember, not chasing the mechanic could either spell your doom or your victory in this game.
Uh-huh. Definitely. So with that being said, though, there are free flywheel effects. There are free flywheel effects, though, so...
Three flywheel effects isn't bad, but the thing with Dream Witch is she doesn't particularly care for persona. The only persona that matters the most against her is borrowed time, really.
But yeah, I think having free flywheel effects is going to be very like advantageous for the survivors because they can like negate the patrol bites. But anyways, I'm your Catherine Invisible Joan, joined by me is Sin, and we'll see you at the BO4 round first half straight away.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, heading into the game here. Here, Predator Pro will be marching towards the center, which is going to be the mechanic because mechanic being fragile and all, but mechanic does have both broken windows and flywheel effect. So let's see if she can utilize it.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Although having the hunter find the mech almost instantly here isn't exactly the best, although this placement for this leech doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That immediately gave a mechanic the D-leech mark, so she can try to D-leech in the middle of a kite. Although this will be a sandwich here, so that forces the mechanic to run around the building and essentially give out free hit.
Yeah, and ended up taking the main leech hit over there relatively early, so now this mechanic is in danger of going down fast. Though the saving grace though is that she did manage to place out the bot amongst all that, so that is considered like decent enough. But hold on, actually, both leeches are downstairs. It seems like they're a bit of an error there, allowing the mechanic to like just deleach by that. But hold on, flywheel maybe delay more time. Yup,
No.
flywheel effect
Yep.
still gonna go down because there's nowhere for her to run. But she already lasted near 3 ciphers, and her bot is also safely positioned. So, or never mind, the bot's already gone. But yeah, even so, she did last near 3 ciphers, which is decent enough for at least a time, and a potential free escape if played right later on.
Yeah, this could be played like the way there's so many ways a match like this could be played out. We've seen a rebound kite from this stage fail and that be the deciding factor for matches like these. And yet on the same coin, we've seen them absolutely pop off, and we've seen players turn a lose situation into a win, all because of one mistake from the hunter.
Yeah, but I actually ended up taking double down though, and that is not ideal because like against the Dream Witch, you do not want to get doubled down under any other circumstance. Fortunately for them, is that the Mercenary did not have a leech on them, or else, if this is a double chair situation, it'd be bad. And also, adding fortunately for them, that they had a meteorologist to save themselves from this situation to begin with. So with that being said, Mercenary is back into full health now. So this is still fine, I guess, as even if the Mercenary gets busted with the Patroller here, he can use his elbow pads to go in and rescue now that he's back into full health.
Although there is a leech at the chair itself, so he will still take damage, and if he can take a hit from the nope, he's not going to be able to take some damage from the leech here, but if he does, attack recovery. No?
Take the hit here. Doesn't seem that body block. I feel like now it's worth it to body block for the mechanic though, because
Definitely.
like the cypher's about to be enough, but I guess they did not want to risk it seeing the mechanic has no borrowed time. So now with her being down like we're going to be approaching a format endgame. And currently, though, the mercenary, one thing to note is that the mercenary got a leech, but he never has a deleech mark. So the mercenary cannot be too close towards the gate, or else he'll potentially like disrupt the whole gate process here.
Yeah, that's the thing. But the thing is, he can't even go. He can't even go to the meteorologist for help because now it's the meteorologist that's being chased.
Yeah, we do see that the acrobat's the one decoding the other side. So I think the plan here is to just play for a tie, which like a tie is sort of like acceptable because yeah, with the blink, meteorologist will go down, and as long as the mercenary do not approach too close, like bring his leech too close towards the other gate, it will be enough because yeah, like as you see, the gate's been open, acrobat and mercenary are out, and this would be a tie, and this is bad news for Team Write Your Story because it means that ideally they would need the survivors would need a free escape next round. Because if they only tie it, then they still have to return an 8-1 at round 5, which will be highly difficult.
Yeah, that'll be extremely difficult for them if they do that here, especially like as much as possible they don't want to tie and they don't want to lose. Those are their two win conditions to get a somewhat stable win right now.
Yeah, so we're moving on to the hunter. Like first of all, the survivors definitely need to be more aggressive here. Like if Write Your Story chooses to just place it safe for a tie, then they're going to face a massive danger of returning the 8-1 at round 5. So I think it would be better for them to go all in and try to achieve the free escape. Because if they achieve the free escape here, then they still have a chance to reverse it in round 5. But if they just take a tie here, 8-1 will be even harder. And of course, there's always the Freeman elimination and you are out game.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, now we're just waiting for that. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it. Now we're just waiting for the actual match to start. I think if they're gonna go for, if they're as much as possible, if they're gonna try to avoid the teams like getting tied or 3 killed, they might play survivors like not tie centric, but the high survivability survivors like the embalmer. Pair that with someone strong on harassing or someone strong on rescuing, and then you'll have a tanky comp that's annoying for a majority for hunters to counter.
Yeah, but I think for tanky comps are good for ties, but when it comes to free escape, it might not be enough. So I imagine Write Your Story Survivor may go for more harassing team comps to try and like achieve a free escape. And as for Sky's Hunter, like if it's He Tian, there is also the potential of smiley face being played here because we know that He Tian has a smiley face. We've seen it before, and with smiley face being buffed and all, it is actually much more viable in this meta too.
Yeah, definitely. The smiley face is going to be viable for Team Sky here. So let's just see. It depends completely on how they want to play it, but we might end up seeing it. Keep your guard. Yeah, I will keep my guard up for that.
All right, we're going to move into to like this is potentially the last round if it's a Freeman elimination, but as long as Write Your Story takes a tie or more, then this will still like move on to the last round. So yeah, let's see though. No priestess, no toy merchant. So far, does not seem like a smiley face because if it's a smiley face, oh, but Gravekeeper, smiley face does not like Gravekeeper. But if he wants to play a smiley face, then I would imagine the entomologist gets banned.
Yeah, right now they're thinking of banning the breaking wheel instead. I guess that makes some sense, but
yeah,
I don't see why a breaking wheel would be so scared of a toy merchant enough to ban her first here.
Yeah, and Breaking Wheel would not ban the Priestess first too. So yeah, here they already have the Weeping Clown and the Entomologist here. It's obvious they're trying to prevent any potential like Entomologist is to prevent any potential smiley face. And here they're gonna get rid of the Psychologist, don't want them to have it to like save themselves. So I think here for Team Sky, they are also looking to potentially end this here, as they do not want the characters that can save them from bad early games or stuff.
Yeah, no, definitely. They don't wanna run the hunter pool out too dry right now. Cause the thing with the survivor pool is you can play an obscure team comp and still be fine. But if you play an obscure hunter, there's less of a chance that your hunter is gonna know what they're doing with a completely unfamiliar hunter than there is with a survivor playing someone that they've only vaguely played.
AKA, let's say Hell and Oof, no.
Yeah, let's try not to get stuck with a Hellember.
Anyways, I feel like the smiley face is bad against this team comp anyways, seeing that the archer's crossbow, entomologist bees, and the meteorologist wind all have the potential to like instantly interrupt the smiley face mid dash, so smiley face would not be good to begin with. So let's see what else do they like does Hetian or Sky's Hunter here have up their sleeves, because currently the top 4 meta hunters and Breaking Wheel has already been removed, so now that is really tapping more and more just to see what does these hunters have in their hunter pools.
Yes, we're gonna see more experimental hunters here, or something that they're more comfortable with. Honestly, against this team comp, Team Sky would want to end this here. So they probably avoid the tie hunters, but still they want to go for someone that has something chase centric, because if they don't get their chase down fast enough, they'll struggle with the ciphers. Soul Weaver makes a lot of sense here actually, but their issue might come with facing this archer.
Not just this archer, meteorologist's pushback can also like delay the hunter. Like let's say Soul Weaver has free webs acceleration and end up get pushed back, then this would be painful for the Soul Weaver. For entomologist, I'm not too certain, but like I guess with the speed boost it would be fine, I guess. But yeah, Soul Weaver is better against Smiley Face with this team comp, but I think it's just still 50-50 on both ends, because like it's better than Smiley Face, but these survivors all the potential to give this Soul Weaver a very hard time here.
Yeah, it's better. At least it's better than getting full countered. Like if you're playing a smiley face here, and it's also better than playing a hunter that's not exactly your forte. So being able to chase the weeping clown here, because we're seeing Soul Weaver here, there's a chance that the rockets themselves won't be able to do much if the weeping clown isn't able to route properly.
Yep, so with that being said, one thing to note though is that this team comp has two pure tides. But yeah, Soul Weaver here may potentially like hunt them down fast, as they're like Meteorologist and Weeping Clown both have tide. And if this is like a warp Soul Weaver, then this team comp may be in danger. Like we've actually seen some choices of warp Soul Weaver in the past to solely just deal with the Weeping Clown and Meteorologist like transitioning survivors. So if warp has been selected, then regular story survivor might be a bit in danger. But anyways, I'm your caster Invisible Joe, joined by me Sin, and we'll head you into the BO4 second half, which may or may not be the last match.
Yeah, honestly, I do hope this is the last match, because it's stretching it rather long, but that depends completely on how the survivors will play this out, how they'll choose to counter the Soul Weaver. Soul Weaver is known for being annoying and difficult to cope with, but with this team comp, at least two of them are able to counter the Soul Weaver, so this depends, really. It's in anyone's game right now.
Well, we do see that Soul Weaver has Blink rather than warp here. So the transitional abilities is going to work out. But it seems that Soul Weaver did mind game herself a little bit there, losing to Nidus. But the fortunate thing with the Soul Weaver is that all she has to do is to wait this one out. Like, because she can like wander around early game and just save up webs, and now we'll be chasing after the entomologist, but not going to be going for it, and we'll be heading towards the archer. And I think there is a opportunity to get hit real fast because Archer ended up missing the first one, but does hit with the second. And that's what I was talking about before the game. Is that like free web acceleration, and you ended up getting hit by an arrow, and that wasted free webs on the Soul Weaver.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the archer studs are really crucial here because rather than being based on something else, it's based on how fast and how much the hunter moves in a specific amount of time, and that's exactly what's going to cost them here. Entomologist takes her first hit, but can she take her second hit before the ciphers are way too close to being popped? I don't think so.
Very good job of the Soul Weaver utilizing the webs that she placed earlier, and then reusing it, because without those two webs, there was no way that she would have gained enough distance. And this is a relatively fast down because only 2 ciphers in total, and it's definitely enough for at least a tie. And if and the Soul Weaver could potentially go for more. But fortunately, we do see the weeping count here, who ends up getting hit. And hold on, there might be yeah, that was a very dangerous position there, forcing like the weeping count to use a rocket there. And let's see entomologist, can she get it? Doesn't seem like it. No flywheel effect. So
yeah,
we'll be going down, and the archer is in the vicinity, but the thing is that the archer only has 2 more shoots remaining, and the second thing is that if the Soul Weaver doesn't like the situation, she could just literally ignore the archer and then cocoon. Doesn't seem like
this is the thing about the Soul Weaver. The Soul Weaver can counter harassers in the way that she can simply just cocoon the survivor that she's trying to chair if she genuinely cannot deal with the harassers that she's facing.
Yeah, I think that here Soul Weaver wants to save up her web, so not opting for cocoon here. So the last arrow has been used and not able to like hit 100 laceration, the main target. So with that, and with the archer also being injured, this is going to force the meteorologist to come and do something. So let's see what will happen, because meteorologist will likely be forced to come in, and by then there'll be like literally the survivors would all be in half health and all, and this would be very dangerous for the survivors potentially.
Not only that, but if we're looking at the cipher progress, none of them are anywhere close enough to actually like decoding enough of the ciphers as well as heal up properly for the next rescue. Almost instantly gets a hit on the entomologist. Will she get greedy and try to go for a hit on the meteorologist?
Just now I thought there was an opportunity for her to do it, but she then lost her best opportunity over there. But yeah, like we can see that actually everyone is already healed up in the meantime. Though the thing though is that the ciphers are still falling behind because there's still a total of like 1.5 cipher that remains, and Soul Weaver's endgame is very strong if she saves up her web. So there is actually still a chance for this to be not just a tie but a free man elimination as well.
Yeah, there it is. Now there's a chance for the 3-man elimination, and that's exactly what Team Sky wants right now, with 3 ciphers remaining, and like technically 2 because the one is about to pop soon, but yeah, now it's 2, and we're seeing who's that? We're seeing the Weeping Clown be chased. He still has a few rockets to work with, although fabulous dodge from the Soul Weaver actually.
Oh!
Ooh.
Well, that changes everything. Yeah, that changes everything all of a sudden. That's the thing. Like, you have to be careful. And here's the situation we're at. This might seem to be like only 1 cipher that remains, but from what I can see, they're already at a minimum of 2 ciphers that are here. 2 Dakota ciphers that are here. And yep. And I don't know where the one where 64% is at. If it's at the other side of the map, it's still good news. But if it's at the same side, it's bad news. But it's at the other side, so it is still good news, I guess. So now, yeah, it's able to get free rescue though. Oh, Archer.
No. Oh no.
Here, I think right now, they have to find a good opportunity to pop it straight away, because if the Archer gets spit to death, this would be a huge disaster. Because here, yeah, I think that he should not have got the hit. He should try to spit instead. So let's see how this play off though, because he has no teleport, and if he goes to the front gate, the Weaving class still has a rocket launcher to use, and the Meteorologist does one more pushback to use. So everyone here at the end gate, at the gate, can still kite for a bit of a time.
I think what he wants to do now is just waste a little bit of time. I think what the Soul Weaver wants to do now is stall out as much time at the gate as possible, but still they want to secure a tie at minimum here in order to actually proceed without losing too much of an advantage. And if they want to end this now, they can play it risky and go after one of the survivors.
Yeah, but this is bad news for the survivor, because now Tinnitus has been propped, and also the fact that Weeping Clown's on the second chair, this would force the Archer to come in, because or else the Archer has to come, but the Archer cannot be too close as well, and he can always go to chase a Meteorologist here, and let's see, Meteorologist dodge the wind, dodge it, and now he can teleport backwards to guard the Weeping Clown. So I think this is checkmate.
Yeah, this looks like it's gonna be a win for team. Amazing Terror Shock. They're actually able to get at least and that is a 4K from Team Sky's Hunter.
Yeah, so this will be checkmate. And honestly, like for Team Sky, or Write Your Story, they were in position to tie. Oh yeah, congratulations to Team Sky, and yeah, this is going to be Ziyang, PP, Yuan, Panda, Yush, and Bunny Sir. And honestly, what I wanted to say is that they were tying when the Soul Weaver was chasing after the Meteorologist, but then the Weeping Clown popped after using the rocket launcher to launch away. He still rushed back to the same gate and ended up getting busted there when he had no items and was shared once, and that was a blunder on his part. What he should have done is to run towards the other side of the gate instead, and then for them to have one person on the gate and one person at the center while the Meteorologist got shared, rather than what ended up happening.
Right, definitely. There's so much they could have done better there, and if they just didn't let the Archer die there, it would have been much harder for the Soul Weaver to safely stuff the rescue without having to be concerned about the Archer.
Yeah, but looking back though, we did head into the fourth round with this, so honestly it just showcases everyone. It was actually neck and neck for the first two rounds. It was really at the later round where Team Sky, having a deeper hunter pool to tap in and more, really excelled out and pulled off the gap that they need. So just amazing performance on both teams, because literally the first two rounds were pretty intense, especially the first round that could have ended differently for anyone.
Oh, definitely. That could have went either way, but because of a spectacular performance from both the hunters and the survivors here, but especially some of the hunters here able to pull in clutch. This 4K, although they could have dragged it out to round 5, they managed to finish off Team Write Your Story right here.
Yeah, but I think Team Write Your Story did very well, considering they were up against up against a Koa hunter and all, a Koa hunter Koa team
Definitely,
and all,
yeah,
and brought them in some very bad positions. And honestly, it was just neck and neck, and it was really the later rounds that determined the difference.
Yeah, it really was that third and fourth round that determined such the major difference, because without that they probably would have continued down their pace of going neck and neck. But I guess the player I think it wore down. All of these matches wore down on the stamina of Team Write Your Story survivors.
Well, I mean, stamina is also part of the game.
Definitely, yeah.
So yeah, yeah. I mean, stamina is definitely part of the game. But there we have it: 4-4, 4-4, neck and neck at the start. Then the later rounds 8-1, 8-1, and 7-2, 8-1 and 7-2, which drag off the gap, drag off the gap and everything. So yeah, once again, congratulations to Team Sky for winning and just showing everyone why they made it to Koa, as they proved to everyone that they deserved to be there. So, yep, once again, congratulations to Sky and Regular Story 3 definitely put off their fight and amazing performance as well. But I guess in the end, it was really just Sky showing us why they were made in Koa to begin with.
Oh yeah, absolutely amazing performance from team. Like that was absolutely amazing performance from from Team Sky there. Especially props to the later rounds. Those later rounds, they really pulled in clutch with some of these. They managed to swung the advantage way in their favor with a lot of just minor decisions that really won them the game, and then being able to capitalize on minor mistakes from Team Write Your Story.
Yeah, minor mistakes, but you know what they say: minor mistakes, major effects. So yep,
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, this is the end of this tournament as well. But honestly, it was just pretty nice to see all the teams shine, and we definitely saw a lot of with combos and also breaking will be in play and all. So yeah, this is actually been an amazing tournament to occur with. And look, NTT and Egg are also smiling of how the tournament went and just how amazing we see the teams perform in general.
Yep.
So yeah, with that being said, I think we'll probably wait for a bit for them to end the stream. But yeah, for anyone who's in the stream, which I don't know if anyone is, thank you for being with me for the entire month. It has been quite a wild ride, but unfortunately, this tournament will come to the end. And yeah, someone said always surprising us with miracle comebacks. Yeah, I agree with
Mm-hmm.
that. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining us alongside the way. And I've enjoyed my time here, but yeah, unfortunately things come to an end. But I guess I can now take this opportunity to promote is that this tournament might end, but mine is just about to begin next week. So stay tuned everyone, as my tournament is coming up next week and I will be hosting it myself. So I'll be more out there because this time I'm a bit confused behind the scenes. But next time, since I am more out there myself, I should be able to prepare more and better. So I'll see y'all, and you'll be here to Sin, right?
Yep, I will be there.
So yeah, definitely. Let's look forward to it, and and I think it'll be easier for us, at least for me, to follow through because I always stick to the co-op bands and IVO bands and all. So yeah, there will definitely be more to see, and also we can see some good friends, old friends, and also of the some players here is also in the tournament. So yep, let's see
Mm-hmm.
what else are we potentially expecting. But yeah, yeah. Oh, the 8-1 and 7-2.
Day 272. It's surprising that they managed to swing the match so in their favor, especially considering the last one we had, where all three of the rounds went straight 4-4,
Oh yeah,
and then it took their overmatch time for it to swing all into their favor like a snowball.
and it had hit overtime as a result.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind of a lot of overtimes that occurred here, but ah well. So with that being said, though, yeah, I'm just liking the fact that we're seeing the 2-3-0 teams fight in the end. because it really just shows that they deserved their way up here in the first place.
Sorry, I'm like.
Yeah, no. It's okay. We're getting tired. But yeah, like, let's see. Oh yeah, I think we're probably waiting for them to sign off or whatever. But yeah, this has been a fun time. And thanks for sticking by me, Sin, because this would have been a nightmare to do on my own.
Yeah,
it was fun. But anyways, yeah, like, I'll probably bring you your better commentating when it comes to my own tournament, because it will be one where I know what the schedule is ongoing, and also the fact that it will not be hosted in, like, right before my bedtime.
Oh, absolutely, please.
Because yeah, considering I need to work tomorrow, I want to go to bed. Like you know, like the skull face when you want it this to end because you're getting tired and you need to go to bed soon, and then it's overtime. Skull face.
Goals. There's so many times where we hit overtime by accident. Once I couldn't eat dinner and had to secretly nom. I had to secretly nom a sandwich during the breaks.
Oh yeah,
Well,
oh who's that?
who's that?
No.
Oh, that's your thing. That's the stream, Discord stream.
Yeah, I guess just like a celebration or all.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, I mean, ended in 4 rounds, which is not too bad, because if it ends in like 5th or 6th round, this will
go to 1 a.m. Yeah.
Or maybe even 2 a.m. or 1:30 a.m. Or I remember there was one night that, like, it was overtime and all. Like, no, overtime is not bad. It was literally like they had multiple like errors, like technical issues. Like technical issues that lasted for 10 to 15 minutes on top of overtime. And I was like, oh no, give me a break, please. But yeah, I mean, overall, all this was a pretty good tournament. Like, one that has pretty high like prize pool that gives people motivated, and we did see some pretty nice gameplay and all. So who knows? Maybe this would be like a good preview of what IBC would be like, because IBC should be coming out shortly. Should be coming up ideally like shortly after my tournament ends and all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Casters on call. Panda. Oh, they're interviewing someone.
Oh, it's interviews time.
Wait, can I? Let me get this back on. Hold on, can I?
Cũng như là các người chơi khác thì có vẻ như là sau cái đợt nerf vừa qua, cái đòn đánh ra chậm hơn với lại là những cái chỉnh sửa khác, nó có thể ảnh hưởng đến cái độ cơ động của nhân vật đó. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately the interviews aren't in English, so you might not be able to understand anything
No,
anyways.
but does Hannah even know Vietnamese?
Okay.
I'm not sure.
No, they're interviewing in English probably.
Question.
Yeah.
Oh, English. Okay, yeah.
No, just turn the volume down so I can hear you more
Oh
clearly.
my god, people are cheering for you, Panda. They probably love you a lot, like I do. What? Bài thi listening cho anh ấy.
Anh hiểu mà.
Okay, any more question? Bé quá, to mà. Wait a minute.
Let's
Cái chat
just
cứ
see them.
nếu mà cái chat đến delay rồi cứ đặt câu hỏi đi nha.
Nhạc nền hơi to à? Ok, anh
Hơi
sửa.
nền,
Delay 2 delay 2 phút rồi. Không sao. Yeah. They seem to be very shy also, so they are not asking anything.
They seem to be very shy.
Can you speak Vietnamese? That's the question.
No.
Obviously.
Yeah, he can't. He can't.
Of course he can't.
Wait, I thought that you didn't you announce on Instagram that you would take a break from tournaments after class 8, right?
Yes. So most likely you will not see me in IVC. Even if I do, I will most likely join like a smaller team, or maybe like a sub, because I'll be going to the army soon, so I don't have much time to
Yeah, Panda is going to the army soon.
support me.
Oh.
Yes. I will be back for 2026 Asian Games.
Ok, thì Panda bảo là thời gian vừa
I
qua
can
đúng không?
hear
Thì
I
Panda,
can hear
các bạn không thấy
NTT
Panda ở trong
thing
IVC bởi vì
echoing.
Panda gia nhập những cái team nhỏ hơn. Có thể là Panda sẽ trở lại vào năm 2026.
Panda phải đi nghĩa vụ quân sự. Bên đấy thì họ cũng có cái nghĩa vụ quân sự giống như bên mình thôi. Đấy là Sky lần sau tham gia đã không? Ok. Will Sky attend another community tournament like this in the future?
Oh, where did they get all the questions from?
For now, most likely not. Even if we do, it wouldn't be like the full team again. Because especially in IVC, Sky after COA, Sky will be disbanding. Our members will be splitting up into other teams for IVC, especially yeah. So we'll just leave Sky as remembered in COA 8.
Oh yeah, I knew about this.
Okay, this is a question for me.
Yes.
Why the logo change? I thought the previous one looks very nice though.
The previous logo was technically not made by us. It was made by Netties themselves.
What was they did that?
Yeah, they created a simple logo for us. Then we had like friends help us think of like a nice design for a logo for Sky, but it was too late because they already started printing the outfit for COA. So Yuki really wanted to use the logo because one of our closest friends helped us make this logo.
Gotcha.
And she really because it represents. Yeah.
I remember the previous logo. When you turn it 90 degree, it turned into a sky in Chinese, right?
Oh yeah.
That's the only reason that I find it good.
Okay.
Để tôi nói hai câu trước đã. Câu trả lời trước của Panda thì bảo là Tê có hỏi là Sky có quay trở lại COA 9 không? Thì sau COA 8 thì Sky coi như là đã giã team nhỉ? Các thành viên khả năng cao là sẽ không về lại với nhau dưới một cái tên là Sky và sẽ tham gia các team khác.
Rồi, câu 2.
Câu 2 là Tê hỏi là cái logo tại sao thay đổi, thì Panda nói là cái logo ngày trước, cái logo các bạn thấy trong COA là được Netis thiết kế, còn bên phía của Sky họ đã thiết kế kịp một cái logo đẹp rồi nhưng mà nó lại không kịp cái thời gian để in áo. Đấy. Nhưng mà cái logo rất là đẹp, có phải là cái logo hiện tại không?
Logo đẹp là cái logo trước ở đợt COA 8 là logo được Netis tạo ra. Logo được Netis làm. Cái logo hiện tại là của một người bạn của trong circle đấy, thì tôi đang không nhớ, hình như là Yuki nha. Okay, another question. I think this is a worthwhile one though. Panda, who do you think is the most tough to pass opponent that you have faced throughout the tournament?
Throughout the tournaments, at the start during the group stage, we had some rough matches. We managed to like second in the group because we also like this was like a last minute team that we created and we made a lot of mistakes. I guess we made a lot of mistakes in the group stage, but overall the toughest opponent probably will be the finals. The Write Your Story, their hunter is Jala, who used to be who was a hunter of Sky.
Oh, it was Jala.
And probably the most competitive hunter in the tournament. Yeah, facing him was our biggest challenge. Yes.
Nếu tôi có hỏi thì gọi là team nào trong suốt chặng đường giải đấu thì team nào gây khó khăn cho team Sky nhất, thì Panda có trả lời là ở trong giai đoạn vòng bảng thì bên phía Sky chỉ có thể giành được vị trí thứ hai, vì giai đoạn đó họ gặp họ mắc khá nhiều sai lầm đấy, và không phải là đội tuyển mà là thợ săn có thể nói là
một người
đáng hợp nhất của bên phía mà họ từng đối đầu thì chính là Jala của Why Your Story.
Câu chuyện là Jala đã từng ở trong team Sky rồi, nên là cái việc hiểu về meta, hiểu về các nhân vật mà bên phía Survivor họ có thể chơi nó cũng là một cái chướng ngại cần phải vượt qua. Vậy nên là đến tận round 3, round 4 khi mà Jala đã không còn bài nữa thì chúng ta mới thấy bên phía Sky họ bắt đầu bứt phá lên được. Xem câu hỏi bên X có cái nào không? What the hell? Have you gotten a girlfriend, Panda? What?
What the hell?
No.
Isn't that question obvious?
That's that's me. Or what?
Sin, what the hell?
Okay, a good question. How do you know about the tournament and the actual reason for the participation of the tournament?
There was a question asking if
I'm a big fan of
Panda
NTT.
has a girlfriend, and I thought that was all well known.
I look up to NTT, you know, he's my idol. And
Oh my gosh.
I saw NTT hosting a tournament. I had to come, you know, to support him.
Oh my god. Wow.
That's sweet.
I came here to help him get more views, you know.
My main channel was strike during the tournament, by the way. I'm streaming through my backup channel.
Not my fault. You know, maybe YouTube suspected you too much viewers suddenly, you know.
So it's through my Instagram, right? Or
yeah, I saw mostly I saw your competition poster mostly through Instagram or like other people who like upload it like from Nano Metal.
Got it. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I feel honored.
Lol.
Ok, Panda tìm đến giải đấu này là thông qua mình. Mình là người đăng cái giải đấu này ở trên Instagram. Mình cũng nhờ các bạn bè của mình, ví dụ như là Châu Nelo Melo, các nói chung là các những người ở trong cộng đồng Đông Nam Á và English speaking mà mình có biết ở xung quanh cộng đồng quảng bá về cái giải đấu này. Vậy nên là trong giải đấu này mọi người có thể thấy có rất là nhiều đội ở các khu vực khác ở Thái Lan, Malai, Singapore họ có tham gia giải đấu. Có phải Panda đấu Koa không á? Chính xác. Yes.
Tôi có một câu hỏi bên tôi. Giả sử Sky được làm skin, tôi sẽ coi là COA đi, thì Panda sẽ chọn Sơ hoặc là Han nào?
So okay. Pretend that this is Koa. Choose a character that you want to be made into a new skin for Sky.
He's asking about championship skin.
Good question. Character to represent Sky. I don't know.
Bruh.
Tôi lại chưa nghĩ đến chuyện đó.
You don't have any favorite character? Shame on you,
I got lah, but you say for Sky, then it's a different thing lah. I cannot.
Pretend that you are the MVP.
No lah, I'm not the MVP man. Our hunter is the MVP.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Maybe choose a hunter and a survivor then.
If it's hunter, I will pick Bonbon because my hunter used to be a very strong known Bonbon player.
I know.
Yeah. Yes. He was very skilled in high ranks. Then for survivor, I'll guess maybe we'll pick the mechanic because mechanic is like our comfort character, especially for like Yuki, who is a mechanic main also, I guess.
Isn't that just GG picks?
That's
Yes.
yeah, that's Cheeky Pig's sin.
Okay. Okay.
Mà
Yeah.
hỏi là nếu mà Sky chọn Sky được làm skin thì chọn skin nào, thì Panda có nói là đầu tiên đây là skin của team, nhưng mà theo ý kiến của Panda thì Hunter sẽ chọn Bon Bon bởi vì đấy là main. Đấy, thứ hai là survival.
Là câu chuyện là có một người ở trong team đấy đã từng leo đến Bad Edge của con Bon Bon rồi. Đấy.
Còn survival sẽ chọn mechanic bởi vì một là nhân vật yêu thích main của Yuki đúng không? Đấy.
Bên đó có câu hỏi nào không? Còn không? Okay, nice question. Any particular teams or professional player that you look up to?
Professional teams, I would say, for the China IVL side, I'm more interested in currently I'm more supporting MRC.
MRC
because they have the new hunter Bailu. Was a hunter I've been like watching for a while, and I'm very impressed by his performance. He's able to manage to play very well in the first 2 games. Even MRC don't have to play BO3.
Oh yeah, MRC
crazy.
does not BO3 so far. They won everything.
And for the Japan side, will be I looking for Team RC because Elf is back. And he has joined RC, so I really look forward for RC winning champion.
I miss Elf.
IGL season. And Zeta used to be my favorite, but Elf left it, you know. My Elf fan.
Elf left, yeah.
So okay, you are an Alfred fan. Gotcha.
Ok, thì câu hỏi là Panda chú ý đến những đội tuyển nào ở IGL và IVL. Thì IVL trước thì là Miracle, vì họ có thợ săn mới là Bailu. Đấy thì đấy cái sự thể hiện của anh ta trong những trận đấu mới đây rất là tốt. Mặc dù nó chỉ là một cặp BO3 thôi. Còn
là cái câu mà kể đấy là từ khi có Bailu vào team thì Miracle chưa cần phải đánh đến round thứ 3.
Còn
về bên phía IGL thì là đội tuyển Reject, bởi vì
sure, bye. I'll wait for them to bye.
Đấy là
ngoài ra thì cũng fan Zeta, nhưng mà hơi buồn một tí bởi vì áp đi.
Panda, okay, Panda, where are you from?
Singapore.
I can't even answer that question, but yeah, you do you.
If you know, you know.
Yeah. So no reveal. Okay, just
can I if you want to. I'm okay. I think everybody in the community mostly knows where I'm from.
Not in the Vietnamese side though. They are not on Instagram as much.
If they watch 2023 IVS, they should know where I'm from.
Yeah.
Nếu các bạn theo dõi IVS thì sẽ biết Panda quê đâu.
Quê ở đâu? IVS 2023 nha mọi người, cái lúc mà có Asian Game mà các đội từ các vùng các nước được đại diện đấy, thì Panda đang ở đội nào thì Panda từ đội đó, Panda từ nước đó.
Em câu hỏi của tôi nhá, ngắn về game. Cái gì nhỉ? Escapologist có yếu không?
Okay.
So với các wrestler.
In this meta, is Escapologist a bad character?
I wouldn't say it's bad, but I feel like he deserves a buff lah. Because I recently played cause like now I don't play competitive, then I'm like boosting accounts. So I was a S1 Escapologist last week. Yes.
What?
I managed to get S1 Escapologist. Then I realized like it's a character that mostly relies on like basic skills. Like the item doesn't really work if the hunter is like smart enough to like be worried of your like smoke. If the hunter knows how it works, it's very hard to really make it useful make it work. Yeah. But the good thing about Escapologist, right, is his rescuing. He has the small like it's like a small flywheel. It's like a guaranteed flywheel. You know, can eat a hit. Yeah. So especially against Hula Labu, it's a guaranteed you cannot double down. You know. Yeah. So after escapology, yeah, it's a very strong rescuer. But if it's a kiter, it's very bad. Because in rank I bring only Titanal and I don't know how that I melt out. Like I play very fast.
Ok. Về câu trả lời thì Escapology có yếu hay không thì Panda bảo là không hẳn là yếu, tuy nhiên là cần được buff. Panda đã trong thời gian gần đây thì khi mà không đấu chuyên nghiệp thì Panda có đi cày rank cho một số tài khoản và đã cày lên được batch S hạng 1 của Escapologist của con bậc thầy trốn thoát nhỉ, tên tiếng Việt. Thì đối với Panda bảo là cái vòng khói của Escapologist nó không có quá nhiều ý nghĩa ở trên rank cao, khi mà Hunter thằng nào cũng biết cách counter nó. Cái duy nhất có ý nghĩa với con Escapologist ấy là cái vùng khói mà khi mà bị đánh vào nó không khác gì một cái phi luân
nội tại.
một cái nội tại đấy nó không khác gì một cái phi luân để né đòn đánh. Khi mà đối đầu với Halabalu thì gần như là không thể bị double down được. Ok. Rồi, bên X còn câu hỏi nào không?
Có vẻ như là tôi đang chưa tìm ra được.
Thế thì làm một câu cuối đi nhá. Một câu nữa. One more. Okay, one more till you get to go to sleep. What is the most all-rounded character for the Survivor and Hunter side in this meta?
The strongest survivor. The strongest survivor currently, I would say Aeroplanist. Because Aeroplanist is a good he has a small decoding buff, the 2%. He can kite, and he's a character that can bring like Titanal and like and he can bring borrowed time and 3-6. I don't want to say 3-6.
Just say 3-6. We all understand.
Yeah, Aeroplanist is a character that you can bring 3-6, you know, and he is able to kite also. It's a very strong. I would say, even though he cannot really OP, but he's a very strong kiter and a decoder, which is a very and doesn't have a decoding debuff, which is a very strong in the current meta. Especially if with a flywheel he's able to kite Hula Labu and Goatman. Yeah.
And for the Hunter, it's probably gonna be Goatman. Trong mắt ông Dịch đi, ông Dịch.
Trong mắt Panda thì gọi là nhân vật toàn diện nhất đi. Thì đối với bên phía phe Survival sẽ là con phi hành gia. Thì nó có thể làm nó có một cái debuff decode nhẹ. Đấy, nó có thể đi giải cứu và cũng có thể là cai rất là mạnh với cả cái bộ kỹ năng của mình. Và cũng có thể, tức là có thể cầm 6 trong một đội hình luôn, mặc dù Aeroplanist không phải là rescuer.
Aeroplanist trong mắt của Panda cũng bảo là không phải là một nhân vật OB. Nếu như mọi người không biết OB là gì thì OB tức là đi cover ấy. Không phải là một nhân vật có thể ra cover gây choáng Hunter, kiểu không chế Hunter được. Tuy nhiên thì bản thân nó vẫn có thể được đưa ra để body block các kiểu trong cái giai đoạn endgame. Phản lực của Aeroplanist cũng làm nhiều công dụng. Còn về phía Hunter thì thôi, khỏi cần phải trả lời. Goodman. I think that is it. Congratulations on Skywalker for your champions. And you guys will receive a 600 euro ASAP. I think the organizer will contact you in tonight or tomorrow immediately for the prizes. So yeah, I think that's all. You can go to sleep now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for hosting this wonderful tournament.
Okay. We're gonna do another one. Make sure to join, huh?
I will see how lah. Maybe my team will be joining, but I won't be there.
Oh my god, I'll be sad. No. Okay.
Yeah, because I need to go for national service.
Yeah, I know. You got it.
Yeah,
Good luck on your future endeavors.
Thank you. All the best for the future tournaments too. If I have time, I'll be sure to come and participate to support you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, see ya.
Bye everybody.
Bye. Panda thì đấy, mọi người có thể nghe thấy là Panda sẽ phải đi nghĩa vụ quân sự ở bên
Well, let's see
Singapore
when would they end.
trong thời gian tới. Vậy nên là để mà có thời gian để tham gia các giải sau thì cũng sẽ hơi khó khăn một chút. Tuy nhiên thì nếu như mà được cho phép thời gian.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but yeah, Singaporean, that I guess that's the thing with Singaporeans. I guess that I'm lucky in Hong Kong you don't need to do this. Because like Korea and Singapore, they have to serve the army and all, like for men. But yeah, I guess I should consider myself fortunate that Hong Kong doesn't have this, because with how, like literally Jong in real life is just so fragile. And like, I have Jong in real life is so fragile and all, that I think I would not survive out of the army. Like, I know that in Koreans, like there was some news, or not, was it Korean? I forgot which country it was. That it's not uncommon for some people to die inside the army for whatever reason. Yeah, I feel like that would happen to me. Ay. So yeah, like with that interview done, I'm not sure what else they have up. But oh yeah, this is the prize pool, so just I guess to reintroduce that. Like first place 600 US like euro, second place 250, third place 150. Yeah. So I guess this wraps up the end of the tournament. I am getting a bit sleepy here because it's almost 1 a.m. I need to work, and I also have other issues that require me to wake up earlier this morning too. Oh yeah. Let me check something real quick. Now I wanna join Sky. Well, yeah, I mean, you can't go for it, Astra. Yeah, so honestly, I'm just waiting for theirs to end because I don't know what else they are supposed to show. But yeah, that wraps up the end for this stream or for the tournament.